Sir.
It's Friday.
You ready, Sherry?
I am ready. Thank you, Mayor.
This part here, next part here.
We are going to call the meeting, the January 6th, 2026 meeting to order. We have two executive sessions before we start the regular agenda at 5:45. Each will be about 15 minutes, and then we'll start the regular agenda at 5:45. So I'd look for a motion on the first executive session.
I move that we recess into an executive session for approximately 15 minutes to discuss matters related to a security measure at City Hall pursuant to KSA 754519 subsection B12. The justification is to keep confidential security measures at City Hall, where the disclosure of such matters would jeopardize those security measures that are in place, which are designed to protect persons and public bodies using City Hall. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at approximately 5:16 p.m. after the executive session has concluded.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Sellos, a second by Commissioner Polian. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. We will be in recess for 15 minutes for executive session. We're coming back from executive session, and we have nothing to report, and we are now heading into our second executive session, so I'd look for a motion on that.
Motion to recess into executive session for approximately 15 minutes to discuss privileged legal communication from the city's attorney regarding litigation and state and local laws pursuant to KSA 754519B2. The justification is to keep attorney-client privileged matters confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at 5:31 after the executive session is concluded.
Second.
Second.
There's a motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, a second by Commissioner Pulliam. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Will we return at 5:30? From our second executive session, we have nothing to report, and we will be in recess till 5:45, when we'll start the regular agenda. Thank you. Sherry, you ready?
I'm ready.
We're going to call the meeting back into order here at 5:45. Before we begin our agenda, I wanted to acknowledge the events that occurred at City Hall yesterday morning. First and foremost, I want to be clear. The safety of our staff comes first. Their safety, well-being, and care matter deeply to this governing body and to me personally. Situations like this are certainly unsettling, and we recognize the emotional weight they can carry on everyone. We are committed to supporting Team Lawrence as they take the time they need and as operations return thoughtfully and safely. I also want to reassure the community that City Hall is safe, and we continue to work closely with our professional staff to ensure our public buildings remain secure and welcoming places. We appreciate the rapid response of our police department and are grateful for the work of the first responders who supported fellow members of Team Lawrence throughout the day. We have been especially heartened by the many residents, neighbors, friends, and loved ones who have reached out to simply check in and offer support to Team Lawrence. That kind of care is a powerful reminder of who we are as a community. It reflects Lawrence at its best. We care about each other. Tonight, we move forward with the business of the community. On behalf of the City Commission, thank you to our staff for their professionalism and their resilience, and thank you to our community for their trust and care. Thank you. We'll now start with the rules of the meeting. Sherry, if you could read those.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. If you would please silence your cell phones. The primary format for accessing the meeting is in person at City Hall. Virtual access can't be guaranteed due to potential technology issues. When the mayor calls for public comment, please approach the podium to indicate you wish to speak. Virtual participants should use the raise hand function. When prompted, select Join as Panelist. There will be a brief delay as your role changes. Once your name is called, please unmute, turn on your camera, and state your name and zip code before speaking. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes. The city does reserve the right to turn videos off or mute participants.
Thank you, Sherry. Next on the agenda is to approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Do we have a motion on the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda as is.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Devo, seconded by Commissioner Sellers to approve the agenda. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Next is the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and approved by one motion. Members of the governing body may remove items for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public may remove items identified as quasi-judicial for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comment. To begin, do any commissioners have an item to remove from the consent agenda?
No, Mayor.
Mayor, I would like to briefly discuss items C3A. I've got 2 claims questions, and C8A on our incentive for our garage doors.
Sounds good. Any others?
Mayor, I have C6A about the purchase of one truck, and just a quick question on C8B.
C8B. Okay. Okay. Any others? Seeing none, is there a motion with the exception of those 4?
So moved.
Okay, there's a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of C3A, C6A, 6.8A, and 6.8B.
Second.
And there's a second by Commissioner Sellers. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The consent agenda passes 5-0. I probably should have noted there were no quasi-judicial items.
No.
Okay, so we'll take those in order. C3A claims.
Okay,
Commissioner
I've got
Bullion.
I've got two questions, and I recognize, this, given the circumstances, we may not get answers tonight, which is fine. If I get a question on claims from the public, I will typically pull it so we can talk about it in public. So the first question I have is in regards to Pride Promotions. It's a minimal expense of little over $1,800. There was a grant tied to those purchases. I just kind of want to know where that expenditure falls within the grant. And then the second question, we've got an individual by the name of Vernon. I believe it's pronounced Heine, H-E-I-N-E. In alphabetical order, it is under H. And it is paying for mowing. There is an individual by that name that is deceased. I'd like confirmation that we are not paying a deceased individual. Looks like maybe the PO number is 101, or no, the GL number is 101.0602-301701. Check number 841781, maybe. Just some identifying moments. Again, I don't see our finance folks here, which is perfectly fine. If I can get an email based on that, that would be great.
We probably have resources on here. There's hundreds and hundreds of claims on here. So do you want to hold this for approval, or?
It is $2,400. You guys have already paid, I'm guessing you've already paid these.
No, this is an authorization to send these checks out. That's why we do the claims report each.
Then I want to hold those two, please. Hold those two and proceed with the rest of the claims. Can you do that?
I think Rochelle is coming on.
Yes, these claims have not been remitted out yet, and we are happy to hold both of those claims and verify the proceeding. That means you will see them after communication and verification. They would reappear on next week's claim.
That's great. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, any other questions about the claims? This is a public hearing item now that it's been pulled. Any member of the public like to speak on the claims? Anyone online like to speak about the claims?
Yes, we do have one.
Okay,
I'm over now. Stephen Watts.
Hi. Happy New Year. Woo-hoo. Hey, since we're in the claims arena, please help me understand why the town has spent $16,000 for fiscal year, or for 2025, and it's continuing into 2026. Coffee for the luxurious administrative set. If we provide coffee for staff, how about providing it to everybody? Please help me understand, why do $250,000 executives need subsidized coffee from the city of Lawrence, which is so broke as a broke dick dog, is charging people to enter their parks? It's just a question. Can we get an answer? I've sent several emails about it. No answers. There we go. Thank you.
any other comments online?
No, Mayor.
Bring it back to the commission for comments or motions.
Sherry, in the motion, if we're going to pull the claims minus those two, do we need to note that in the motion?
I think we would want to approve the claims with the exception of those two items.
So Commissioner Polian, do you have those accounts noted that we're pulling?
I do. Pride Promotions and Vernon Heine.
Do you want to go ahead and make a motion?
Yeah. I'd like to vote to approve claims less the Pride promotion for $1,822. And Vernon C. Heine. And forgive me, let me pull that back up again. And it's an approximate amount of $600. Do we need to be more specific?
661.
$661.
Okay. Is there a second?
I second that.
Motion by Commissioner Pulliam, a second by Commissioner Devo. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Passes 4-1. That brings us to C6A, which regards the armor equipment utilizing Sourcewell, the roll-off container. Vice Mayor Courtney.
So this purchase right here it says it's for $245,000. I looked up a photo online of what it looks like. It looks like a tow truck for heavy vehicles. Is that a fair assessment? I guess this might be an MSO question. I don't know if anybody's available.
They are just saying to move them to panelists. You might want to ask your question again. Vice Mayor Mike Lawless is now on.
Okay, gotcha. So looking at C6A for the bid for that roll-off container truck, is it fair to say that's a tow truck for heavy vehicles?
Well, so Mike Lawless, Deputy Director for MSO. The roll-off truck is for it's for solid waste, and it's for the big roll-off tanks that we pull, that contractors use to fill with trash from construction or whatever they're doing, and then we take that to the landfill. So that's the truck that we use to pull those containers onto and deliver to the landfill to empty.
Gotcha. And how often are we using trucks like that?
Every day.
Every day?
I believe we have 9 of those, and typically we're using 5 at a time, 5 every day, and then sometimes we actually use more than that.
Okay. No, gotcha. I was curious if it was just a tow truck for heavy trucks, how often we were actually towing our own machines. But if we're using 9 a day, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's not a tow truck. It's actually to move those roll-off containers, and we pull about 35 of those every day. So we use in the neighborhood of 5 trucks a day to handle that workload.
Gotcha. Okay. And then kind of probably, Mr. Owens, one more for you. So when we make a large purchase like these, are these amortized over the lifespan of the vehicles? So are these, we spend $250,000 for this type of truck. Are we, deprecating that 20, 30% each year as it goes through its life cycle?
You mean a depreciation?
Yeah.
Well, we don't pay taxes, so that doesn't have a bearing. But yeah, we do, and I think this question came up with another fleet, and it's the same thing. We try and manage that fleet, not just by using mileage, but really assessing the mechanical condition that our mechanics assess it on, and then what a secondary market value might be. So it's always trying to hit the sweet spot in that as things change. Robert Aaron is the one that answered the question before, and so I've learned from him, and that is the right answer.
And when we have older trucks like this, do we sell this to other municipalities, get some value back from that?
Yes, there's a variety of ways. There are actually municipal auction sites that kind of help us do that more conveniently. Sometimes we trade them in. There's a variety of ways that we might do that.
Are these falling under an enterprise fund? It's under solid waste?
In this case, yes.
And solid waste is an enterprise fund? Yeah?
Yes.
I would imagine. Okay, so there is depreciation tied to it, but it has no monetary value.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, no, thank you. Appreciate, Mr. Lawless, appreciate the answer to that question.
Okay. Any other questions?
No.
This is a public hearing item. Anyone have a question about item C6A? How about anyone online?
No, Mayor.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the commission for either discussion or a motion.
Motion to approve the purchase of one roll-off container truck from Armor Equipment utilizing the Sourcewell Cooperative Contract.
So second.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, seconded by Commissioner Devo. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. That brings us to C8A, which relates to the Amaro Company's development incentive, and I believe Commissioner Pulliam pulled that.
Briefly, Brandon, would you mind just kind of walking us through where we are, just for public's purpose? I don't need much.
Yep. The city has an economic development incentive policy that guides this process. The first step, usually the first step is the consultation between staff and a potential applicant. And then the first step for the commission is this action item on the agenda tonight, which is accepting the application. Some communities don't have that step. It's kind of, I think it's somewhat unique to us, but that has been our first step. City Commission accepts the application, and then we will work, then staff will work with our consultants, our financial advisor, bond counsel, and any other consultants we need to. Those costs are funded by the applicant through the funding agreement, which is also attached to the agenda.
So we will see this item again?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much.
Yes.
That's all I had.
And question, inside the application, it says, Amar currently leases the building and per company policy cannot pursue expansion of a leased building. Therefore, Amar is seeking an option to purchase the current site, which then opens the potential for expansion investment. So just kind of, if they didn't purchase the entire site, this IRB wouldn't happen. It's dependent on them making that purchase?
Well, that's a little cart before the horse, because we are just receiving the application, so we haven't started negotiating a development agreement or the terms of a potential pilot payment in lieu of taxes through the IRB. So those would be conversations that we'd have in the future.
I think it's important to note that we do not make it incredibly easy for businesses to get these incentives. I think there might be a little bit of our community that think maybe that we just hand them out very generously without any type of process. So this is really one of the reasons
Right.
I brought this to the attention. Thank you again.
I appreciate that. And I will take the opportunity just to acknowledge members of AMAR's team are with us. Mike Bernholtz, the general manager of the plant here. And then we do have a couple joining us online, Rob Chesser and Sean Mason from AMAR.
Thank you.
Thank you all for being here, and look forward to seeing how the application goes. Any other questions?
Not, sir.
Okay, this is a public hearing item. Any members of the public like to say anything on this item? Oh, Steve is going to say something.
Mayor and members of the commission, I don't want to take too much of your time. I know you've got a busy schedule, but I did want to say just a few words on behalf of this application. AMAR is one of the larger employers, not only of the city of Lawrence, but in the county. Has been here for a number of years, and particularly in the last 5 years, has done an outstanding job of reworking their business in a lot of ways. It's become much more productive, much more efficient. And they've also instituted a number of policies within the company that really have improved the work environment, the family environment of the workplace, and have been very successful in that. In fact, they're kind of a model within their overall company. So they've done a great job. And I think, as has been disclosed, they're in a situation where they have opportunities for growth and there are opportunities for expansion, but it's not a viable situation for them to be putting investment into a building they don't own. So this is a critical step for them, not only to retain, but also to put them in a position to continue to grow, which they have intentions to do. So I would, humbly ask that you give this strong consideration, not only this evening, but throughout the process.
Thank you. Any comments online?
No, Mayor.
Okay, bring it back to the commission for comments or a motion.
I just want it to be known that I do support incentives for our businesses. I am very grateful for AMAR and your presence in the community. I know several people that work at the organization. Things that I will be looking for in the future are jobs. So when we look at incentives in general, that is one of the things that I will definitely give great consideration for, increase in jobs. So thank you.
Okay. Is any other comments or motions?
Yeah, second that as well. A lot of kids on my, a lot of parents on my kids' Cub Scouts are working at AMAR too, and to go along with Commissioner Poling was saying, there'll be a question for me about are those jobs in Lawrence or in Douglas County, what that looks like, just so you know.
Move that we accept the economic development incentive application from AMAR Company, and we refer this to staff for analysis and follow-up recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Sellos, and second by Commissioner Devo. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Last item from the consent agenda
Mayor?
is,
There was also a motion, which is fine to do it separate. We'll need another motion to authorize the
Oh,
city
sorry.
manager on that funding.
Yeah.
oh, thank you, Sherry.
I also move that we authorize the city manager to execute a funding agreement in substantiality, the same as form as attached with the applicant.
So second.
I'll second that.
Motion by Commissioner Sellos, a second by Commissioner Devo. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Now that passes 5-0. Thank you, Sherry, for catching that.
My apologies.
C.8 related to the estates of Malama, I think is how they pronounce that. And I think Vice Mayor Courtney pulled this.
Yeah, and so just a question for MSO about this. O'Connell, 25th, there's a lot of growth that's been happening to the east of O'Connell. There's obviously at the north part of O'Connell's the MSO plant and stuff like that. I just sort of have just kind of like a high level question. When we have so much growth in an area like that, how are we thinking about sewer, pump stations, what that can be supported in the future when we accept applications such as this?
I don't know if
I'm looking to see who's on. I'm sorry.
No problem.
It's not great.
You said high level. I can do a high level manager version of that. And they can fill in the blanks. So anytime we're looking at MSO looks at the applications for these, they look at the load that it will put on all of our infrastructure. So those are calculations that are done against our stormwater or all of our master plans for those utilities. So we want to make sure that we've put in the right adequate capacity to take that downstream. And so those are the reviews that are done every time we would see that plat. And that's for load on our city streets, turning radius, any of the street load. That's for our storm water system, the drainage that takes that, the capacity. That's for our water system, make sure that we have adequate pressures that are built into there. And that's also for our wastewater capacity and making sure that we're prepared all the way down the system for that load. And most of those are part of very large master plans that are contemplating development years and years ahead.
So Melissa's now in, and so is Catherine. This is her item, Catherine's item.
Catherine, Melissa, anything to add?
Mayor, I don't have anything to add unless Catherine does, but Craig's spot on and is high level. Yeah, I don't have anything to add either, commissioners.
Does that answer you?
Yeah, no, I think that answers the question. And so as we start getting, I'm just thinking like, hey, we're going to start, expanding in different directions around town. And so like if we do a couple plats here and there, like that pressure that we're putting on roads, stormwater, sewer, stuff like that, how do we know we're getting close to the limit of what that can support? Is that something that's like on the GIS, like the ArcGIS type thing, or just kind of curious about that?
It's all those large system plans. Those are made to contemplating our comprehensive plan lays that out and integrates that. So we're not only projecting many factors. Some of them are the utility impacted factors, others are zoning, financial. There's the comprehensive plan really does contemplate all of those things and ties all those pieces together. But also then each of those master plans that are developed that feed into that, those are usually consultant-led studies that talk about entire watersheds or entire areas of pressure zones, and we are hopefully decades ahead of the need. And a lot of our comprehensive or our capital improvement planning work is loading those projects in a timely way so that those improvements happen in time to support whatever development needs are planned. And the planning process too is lays out the land use plan so that we're saying this is how much load we're wanting to have happen. So one affects the other and the other maybe drives the first. So
I appreciate you taking the time to explain that. Thanks. That's all I have for that.
Okay. Any other questions about C8B from the commission? If not, it's a public hearing item. Anyone like to speak on C8B in the audience? Seeing none, how about online?
No, Mayor.
Bring C8B back for comments or motions?
Motion to accept the dedications of utility easements and right-of-way associated with the final plat 250020 for Estates of Malama in the city of Lawrence, Douglas County, Kansas, located at 2500 O'Connell Drive.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, seconded by Commissioner Dever. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. That brings us to Section E, which is the regular agenda items. And regular agenda item 1 and 2, I assume we're going to do together, related to well, let's say the FIFA World Cup. But we'll let Jeff talk us through that.
Excuse me.
Sorry for the delay on that, Commissioners. Good evening. Jeff Drake with Planning and Development Services. The two amendments are really a tandem pair for this item there. And what it is one item will amend the short-term rental licensing code. The other amends the land development code sections related to short-term rentals. So kind of walk through in general what the purpose of this is. You had seen the initiation a few months back, but just as a reminder, with the World Cup coming up, we wanted to propose a change to the amendment so that there was more flexibility in related to those codes. And what we're proposing is an alteration to the amendments that would run in the end of May through basically the end of July that would remove a couple of sections from what we see in the code. For the land development code, it would change the owner-occupied and non-owner-occupied permissions and allow a wider variety of uses. So owner-occupied and non-owner-occupied short-term rentals could expand as part of that process. As part of the rental licensing code, we would remove a couple things and then include what's called an inspection reciprocity. And I'll start with that one first. So if a property is licensed in the long-term rental program and has been inspected and gone through the process of that, we would roll that inspection over to the short-term rental process because it would have cleared those marks, would have been found to be insufficient on that, and just roll that over as part of that. Under the current short-term rental licensing code, an entity can't have more than 3 short-term rentals in the city of Lawrence. We would temporarily remove that cap, so if an apartment complex had 20, 25, 30 units and would like to use all 30 of those units for short-term rentals, a possibility for the duration of the World Cup allowance, that would be a possibility that would be available for that time span. And then we'd also include some language in there to make sure that when somebody is applying, that they're aware that it is a short, no pun intended here, a short-term rental. It's only for the duration of that World Cup between the May 25th through July 31st or whatever day the commission finds fit to end the process on that one. And that if they were at the conclusion of that, then the short-term rental code would go back in place and those previous restrictions that we currently have would come back on the books. So just as a quick recap, it is really amending 2 different chapters, but really it's the same process, or excuse me, the same project in just 2 different portions of the city code. And with that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions related to those.
I have a couple questions, Jeff, which I know the answer to, but there have been questions I've been getting. So, okay, let's say I want to rent my house out during the World Cup. I have to apply for a short-term rental license?
Correct. We'd apply for a short-term rental license, and we would inspect the unit to ensure it meets the property maintenance code specifications.
But if I have a long-term rental that I already rent out and it's already licensed, I wouldn't have to apply for the short-term rental.
We'd have to get a short-term rental license if you were going to include it in that process, but if you were inspected recently, then we would roll that inspection over as a reciprocity, so you wouldn't have to have a second inspection that we've already seen the unit on.
Okay, so you would have to apply, you just wouldn't need an inspection.
Potentially correct.
But again, if I wanted to do my house and I don't have a license, I would have to have an inspection, apply and have an inspection done.
That's correct.
Correct. And then I know there's a lot of questions about the two things we're passing tonight do not contain an end date on them.
That's correct.
And tell us what we should do if we want an end date on these.
We would recommend an end date on those. And what we have prepared was the second stage of this, as we noted in the first one, is the initiation of a text amendment to put the code back as it was with an effective date on July 31st to kind of rewind it to what it is tonight, effectively. So that we were going to recommend that. We're going to bring an initiation forward on that one. However, you can also you can also initiate that text amendment tonight if you would like to, just to kind of close that loop and get that process rolling on that. We were anticipating a July 31 only because it was the end of a calendar month, and it was also past the conclusion of all the World Cup events. So if somebody wanted to stay in town after the events in Kansas City were concluded, that gave them some time and space for people to enjoy the area and see some different sites. But there is no real particular ending date that you could choose from any number of dates on that item.
But we could go ahead tonight and make that motion to initiate to have an end date.
Absolutely.
Okay. And, okay, well, this is just some of the clarifications I know people are asking. Other questions for Jeff at this time?
I do. Explain some differences to me on owner-occupied versus non-owner occupied, the intent behind the difference in fee costs, et cetera, the spirit of it. Can you kind of walk through that a little bit?
I think I can try. There is no difference in fees between an owner-occupied and a non-owner-occupied short-term rental.
Okay.
So it's just, if you're applying for a short-term rental, you're usually applying for the application, the inspection fee, and those are the same regardless of owner occupancy or not in the process.
Okay, thank you for that.
So owner occupancy depends upon, is it your primary residence effectively for a short version of a long definition? It's effectively, if you're spending the majority of your time in the residence and it's your place of residence and you're renting it out as a short-term rental. And so a great example would be, and we've seen this happen, where a professor gets a sabbatical or tenureship at another university and they rent the house for 3 months because they're here to either participate in a function or something like that. They're not necessarily vacating the residence, but they're also not going to be there, so they can elect to do that process. So really, if the property is non-owner occupied, it's a function of the Land Development Code on where it is permissible to do a non-owner occupied short-term rental, where it just depends. In certain districts you can do an owner occupied, and others you can't just do those items. So it's really the change in the occupancy for land use purposes.
Okay, and then last question, 2 parts. How are we doing on keeping up on inspections in terms of these short-term rentals now? And how are we setting ourselves up for failure if we're having a tough time today, which I have heard. I haven't gotten any confirmation from staff one way or the other, but we stand to have a lot of short-term rentals come up. How are we going to handle that burden, that additional burden of inspection?
Sure. And if I understand your question correctly, are we caught up on inspections currently for sure?
Yes. Are we managing the inspections today in a timely manner?
We are, yes.
Okay.
It's not the same as the long-term rental program, which has the 3 or the 6 year, depending upon the number of violations. To be in the short-term rental program, you have to be inspected, and we do that on the interval of every couple of years, which is in the ordinance. So if you have that, we are meeting that mark on that. The reason we have the amendment before you now in January instead of later on is because that gives us some time and runway for people to start applying for the program, be ready to go through those inspections. So when the ordinance becomes effective, they could already be well in place to take advantage of that process. That also gives our staff time to start inspecting those units in advance of that to help make sure that we're not holding anybody back on that. And we do have a great team that does go out and do those inspections. And so they are up to speed and up to date on those items currently. We just wanted to give them some runway and give applicants time to understand what's the expectation the code's going to be, and then what are those minimum life safety standards that we would be looking for in a property.
Okay, and I love that you guys are getting ahead of it. That is excellent. Do we have a plan in place on notifying folks, right? Because we give them the opportunity. It doesn't mean that they necessarily take it to get their application in early. Last thing I want is for us to have an overload and you guys are kind of caught off guard. Do we have anything that we can do to let people know, hey, yo, get your stuff going now?
Absolutely. We've been working with communications to get some frequently asked questions together. Some of the things we normally get is just part of the process, but then also kind of a campaign to kind of help. Here's what's happening. Here's what you can do. Here's who to reach out to.
Okay.
We're on the same wavelength on that part.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And I think as a follow-up to that question, at least my understanding, there might be some discussion among Unified Command on the housing division with Explore Lawrence and you and all that to do some public education on what it means to be an Airbnb holder and things, not just regulations, but how you do it, how do you be successful at it, that sort of thing.
That's exactly some of the stuff that we're working on, and I will be the first to admit I'm probably not the most knowledgeable on how to be successful at a short-term rental. But we definitely want to help get people connected to those that are and make that available, and that is part of the process that we're working on.
Yep. Just as to help communications out, if I wanted a short-term rental, where would I find that? Could I go to the website? How would I do that?
You could definitely go to the website. You could also go to EPL portal and apply for a license on that one, and you could also give us a phone call at 832-7700, and we'll be able to help out with get that process started too. So we always make sure that we have staff available that can answer those calls and help out.
Thank you. Other questions at the moment?
And so if an individual person wanted to, and apologies for not looking this up ahead of time, if they wanted to apply for a short-term rental, how much does that cost?
Ooh. Might have the numbers a little bit off here, but usually the application fee is around $17 and the inspection fee is about $50, so you end up being about $67 in total in application.
Gotcha. And how many people are on staff doing inspections?
We have a team of 4 in code compliance. We have 2 specifically dedicated to both long-term and short-term rental inspections, and they go through quite a number of properties, and they've seen a number over the years.
Gotcha. And I did look beforehand, so we have 140 homes on Vrbo, we got 168 on Airbnb, and so that team is doing those inspections on a regular basis?
As they're licensed and required to, yes.
I'll just note that I am in favor adding the end date tonight, closing that loop, as you called it.
Yeah.
Same.
Yes. But other questions at this point?
And then the status of the short-term rentals, if we put an end date on it, they're no longer short-term rentals after that fact. It would be what they are right now. If they wanted to, they could go through the process again like they could right now. But they wouldn't carry over after going through this.
Right, yeah, we would have that. You'd be licensed for the duration of those 60 odd days, give or take a few in there. And then if you wanted to come back and do it as a more permanent or a more constant item there, you could go through the normal process, which has about a 2-year expiration, if I remember correctly.
Is there any concern, especially on the apartment side of things, that people may be blocked from getting rentals in this period because there'd be such a lucrative opportunity with the World Cup?
It's something we've been watching for a good number of months right now to understand what that dynamic is, and it's kind of hard to pin down since it's usually a contractual arrangement between 2 private parties. But we've not seen a lot of people shifting their dates around, so we're seeing very similar lease terms that we would normally see in non-World Cup years particularly. Again, that might be a possibility, or some renters may have an interest in doing that because they don't want to have to deal with a sublet or pay for rent in a property they're not going to be in for the duration. So there might be some of that, but we're not seeing a lot of changes in that leasing at this point in time. And usually those leases do run from year to year, so we would have expected to have seen that, kind of in the fall leading up to this.
And do you guys, does code enforcement, when we're talking enforcement, are you cross-checking Airbnb with VRBO?
Yes, we do look at that. We also look at a couple of other platforms that we see pretty active in the community too.
Okay, great.
Okay, if there's no other questions, thank you, Jeff. We'll open this up to public, and you have 3 minutes.
My name's Aaron Nice, 66049. I am here today as a resident, a landlord, and an Airbnb operator. I don't believe that the city should relax the short-term requirements or ordinances for the World Cup. We do have insufficient transient housing for large KU games, all the other sports events that are housed here. To me, this really feels like it's going to be a cash grab for the corporate-owned apartment complexes, especially places like the Lynx, who they can just stop. They can start denying new leases until the World Cup, just so that they're close. Everyone's going to want to stay towards Rock Chalk Park, close to I-70, everything. I think it's just going to be a handout to corporations and not people that actually live in the city. I also worry about enforcement once the period is ended. Who's going to go, like if these people just leave it open, what's going to stop them from just keeping their Airbnb going? It's going to take forever. If there's a flood of new short-term rentals, it's going to take forever for the city to get around and check everybody, actually enforce the ordinances. So I just don't think that, also, I think that it's going to limit housing for people who live here also. It's going to take anybody whose lease is about due, landlords aren't going to be renting to them. Like if your lease is up the next month, landlord's just going to hold that empty until the World Cup comes, hoping that they'll get a windfall of money from that, and these people that are moving, or even if their lease is ending and the landlord just decides to not renew, they're not going to be able to find housing in town. So I think it's a bad decision to lax the ordinances for that short period. We have the infrastructure here already. And I don't see any planning on how to actually enforce shutting these new short-term rentals down. So I would hope the city would not go through with this and at least think about the ramifications to the actual citizens before they follow through, rather than this imaginary windfall that's not guaranteed to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sherry Ellen Becker. I live on Holiday Drive, 66049. And thank you for the opportunity. You know, people really care about this issue because it's their homes and their neighborhoods that you're talking about. I think you guys hear, short-term rental, adding extra hotel space, and we hear neighborhood invasion. And there's a real dichotomy of how people the basic way that they approach this situation. And where we are right now is the result of a lot of hard work on the part of the staff and the city commission to get to the rules that we have now. Right now we have some modicum of enforcement in that the application says, do you apply for non-owner occupied or owner occupied, but that's up to you to say what you want. And there's no real teeth in that application. I can show you applications from half a dozen other cities where you've got to show voter registration or insurance vehicles and other things that prove that you really live there. Because I know there's one in my neighborhood, and I've gone there with my missing cat flyers looking for Charlie, and they say, this is an Airbnb, lady, nobody lives here. But that's not what we're here to talk about tonight. We're talking about this temporary need when we are going to see increased visitors during the World Cup time. And I think even if you're in the neighborhood invasion camp, you still understand that need. But we don't understand why there's no sunset on it, why that can't be in the ordinance. I mean, it seems to me that if you really were going to sunset it, you could figure out a way to put it in there. And it comes down, unfortunately, to trust. Sometimes the commission says things, and then years later or sometime later, they'll say, well, we said it, but it's not codified, so it doesn't really mean anything. Those were words, and these are actions. So I'm asking you to put it into action and put the sunset clause into this so we can rest easy. And thank you.
Thank you.
Christina McKenna, 66046. For the Coalition for Collaborative Governments, we're submitting feedback based on information we've gathered from several neighborhood advocates who have been involved in the city's short-term rental policy development and enforcement. The two amendments before you tonight include temporary provisions. Only one of two agenda items states the dates, as Mayor Finkeldine mentioned and Mr. Crick verified. So we're just suggesting that a nice deadline is actually put in place as well. We're agreeing with that. The second half of one of these amendments applies to 11 zoning districts, and the Planning Commission report states it'll be a permanent amendment. The agenda item report includes no information about the reasoning and impact of that portion of it, so we request that you discuss any implications of the permanent change before passing that ordinance. Also, as a historical context, two ordinances were passed in October of 2020 to prohibit non-owner occupied short-term rentals in single-dwelling residential zones to protect neighborhoods. It allowed non-owner occupied ones in other zoning districts with licensing. It also established a general cap of 3 units per owner. And the Lawrence Association of Neighborhoods has spent years advocating for a robust short-term rental licensing and inspection program. During these conversations, the city acknowledged they didn't have the adequate staff, which I know was commented on tonight, to monitor the complaints or enforce regulations or violations of the rental regulations. So the city approved the budgeting for 1.5 additional staff positions, but they weren't filled. So it's nice to hear that they're ahead on these inspections. We did have a coalition member with an owner-occupied short-term rental report that her owner-occupied rental is inspected every 2 years, but she and others report the city was unable to maintain inspections for apartments, which are likely non-owner-occupied units. So again, that was good to hear that those are ahead, actually. And a logistical question related to the city's inspection requirements, like my friend Aaron had mentioned, is how would they rescind the licenses afterward, as well as just continuing to keep up with the extra inspections that will be required? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments in the room? If not,
Sorry, Mayor, thank you.
here's no problem.
I didn't hear all of that, unfortunately. So I do want to say that it's interesting that we might consider a reprieve for regular homeowners. As much as I appreciate staff's comments, neighborhoods know that there are already short-term rentals that are illegal, quote unquote, or not lawful outside of policy. I appreciate what Commissioner Courtney asked, which is about Verbo. If I understand Verbo is specifically non-owner occupied. So if you're seeing non-owner occupied on Verbo, then you have to look at each individual one and find out what their zoning is. And I appreciate what staff has said, but again, they only have 4 people in code enforcement, and it is unclear to neighborhoods that is being enforced at this time. I think it's great for homeowners to have a one-time windfall for this option when it comes around. But again, as some others have said, we don't have a guarantee of a sunset. Could this be a backdoor into creating an opportunity for these to basically remove affordable housing and accessible housing? People in big cities or cities with a large amount of transient guest tax to pull actual housing offline. So I hope you guys will think about that. I would also remind everyone that if you stay in housing more than 30 days, you don't actually get the transient guest tax. So while it's nice that we're having all these nice visitors, after 30 days, we're not getting transient guest tax. The people who have those units, they'll get money, that's fine, they'll pay their taxes, but we're not getting transient guest tax out of it. Thank you.
Any other comments in the room? If not, how about online?
We do have a few. Julie Jones.
Julie, we can't hear you. Still can't hear you. Brian Jimenez, why don't you say something just to make sure we can hear somebody?
Can you hear me?
Okay, we can't hear you.
Okay.
Thank you. Just checking.
Just FYI, while you got me real quick, Mayor, I'm just online to answer any questions that may be deferred to me that Jeff may not have the answer to.
Yep, we'll get to you back in a second. Julie, one more try there. If not, we might go to someone else and then come back to you and give you another chance. Okay. Let's go to the others and then we'll come back to Julie.
Chris Flowers?
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. I just want to start with, how will this affect long-term rentals? Has staff studied that? Because I'm going to ask you this, will the need for long-term rentals decrease at all? Because I'm going to say no, the need for long-term renters is going to be the same. And what's the purpose of having caps on how many short-term rentals a landowner can own? I thought the purpose of that was to protect the long-term rental market. So now the demand, we're saying, well, the demand for short-term rentals is going to increase, but the demand for long-term rentals isn't going to decrease at all. And how is it? I don't understand. Like, the need for short-term rentals is going to be at an all-time high. So doesn't that mean the need for protection for long-term rentals is going to be at its highest? Like, why are you doing away with the protection just when the long-term renters are going to need the protection the most? I looked it up, and it's saying some of these short-term rentals are going to go for 300% more than they would normal during the World Cup. And the short-term rentals are already much more than long-term rentals are. So you're going to have situations where it's going to be more. Landlords could possibly make more money just renting out a unit for a month during the World Cup than they would doing it as a long-term rental for the summer. And my first place I rented at was Meadowbrook, and it was when I was coming out of the dorm housing, and I signed up for a summer rental and it was until August. It was like end of May till like June and July. Like, could Meadowbrook start, like, the units they rent for the summer, could they just not rent it out to Lawrence residents and instead give it to the visitors? Because if that's going to happen, it's going to definitely increase the rents. And so my main question is, has staff looked at what what's going to happen to the long-term rental market? Because if not, how are you going to go through with this when the whole purpose of these, like the caps on the short-term rental units, is to protect the long-term rental market? And I don't know, it's kind of shady to me, to be honest, that you're not going to have any kind of info on what we potentially think is going to happen to the long-term rental market when you're doing away with a protection to that market. And also, I would just like to point out, I don't think this was a city commission thing brought, like, originally directive. I think this is something city staff came up with on their own. And what they're doing is doing away with those protections that a former city commission did put in place. So I'm throwing that out there.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Let's see, Julie, see if we can hear Julie real quick.
Yeah, she's still in, well, she was. Still in.
Okay.
Panelist.
Why'd you bring Mr. Watts over?
Yep.
Thank you. It's also impressive to know, Brad, that you can actually see people's hands raised. So in the future, I'm going to know when I'm being wholly ignored. Here we go now. I want to let Mr. Crick know that his operation is top notch. I mean, they do the best they can with what they have in an extremely potpourri of programs, and there's really nothing to argue about in there. And the same can be said for Mr. Jimenez's operation, which I have found to be extremely responsive once you get to somebody that you know, it takes a little while, but irrespective, they're doing the best they can with what they have. And I have no reason to assume that it's going to be any different when this windfall of the World Cup comes to Lawrence. What are you guys going to do when it doesn't turn out exactly as you want? I don't know. Let's hope that it does. But my main comment was on, it centers around the commenter there in your office, or there in the, whatever you call it, room, talking about stuff. There's a leash ordinance about cats. Why is your cat running around outside unprotected? Please put your cat on a leash. Thank you.
Okay, Julie, we'll give you one more chance here. See if we can hear you.
Here, I'm going to try moving her back and then back in. And
Okay.
if that helps, it should just take less than a minute.
Okay, let's give that a try.
That will help with anything.
Unfortunately, we cannot hear you, Julie. Sorry about that. Okay, thank you. Okay, bring it back to the commission for questions or comments. And Jeff or Brian, I are both here. I have a couple questions for you. Jeff, probably for you first, which is there's a reference to part of the amendment being permanent as opposed to temporary. Can you speak to that?
So one of the things we've excuse me, one of the things we identified during the Land Development Code cleanup is the table that is currently in the Land Development Code is incorrect. And so what we were proposing to do was to change for the World Cup here and then bring back the amendment to correct that table as part of the cleanup amendment. However, the timing of that really puts a wrench in a couple of things, because we would do the cleanup amendment, then have an amendment that would undo it, and then potentially have another amendment that would have to come back and get that all replaced. So instead of doing that as part of the cleanup amendment, we were going to do that as the follow-up as part of that initiated amendment to put everything back, but then to put it back in the way that it should be in the code, not in the error that we've identified. So it's a little complex.
I think we followed that.
It's, yeah, a little complex on the timing, but we wanted to make it as easy to follow as possible and also ensure that we didn't inadvertently put the mistake back into the code, and we were trying to put the code back to its right spot. So we did identify an error in there. We would like to clean it up after we get the World Cup amendment through the process. So the amendment we'd bring back would be the version for the cleanup of the Land Development Code to get that corrected for you.
Okay. So would you suggest we, assuming, and I think I hear that at least three of us want to make a motion tonight to initiate a text amendment on a given date, would we initiate the text amendment to return it at the same time, initiate a text amendment for the cleanup?
I would recommend initiating an amendment to restore the code with cleaned up text, and that'll give us enough direction to put the Chapter 5 text back as it currently is, but allows us the opportunity to put the Chapter 20 text back as it should have been that we've identified as needing cleaned up.
So restore the code with the cleanup text?
If that would be the commission's prerogative, yes.
and then we can decide what the date is if we agree on July 31st or some other date.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. So we'll include a date in that motion. Obviously, a concern was raised from some of the speakers about after this is over and the law changes, how do we go about revoking these licenses or checking to see if they're still going? How would we do that?
The licenses are that kind of the short-term rental license, again, for the lack of a better description, they expire on the ending date. And so at that point, they don't have a short-term rental license when it goes to expiration. They could apply for a new short-term rental license, and if they don't go for that, then we would go through the notice and order procedures in the code to have that affixed in the code. Should we go to courts if necessary and those kind of things. But when they're licensed and we know that, we can also then follow up a little easier as part of that process to know who is a part of that short-term process. So, my apologies. Part of the short-term rental license process. I got to find a much better way of phrasing that. I apologize.
STR.
But it goes through that kind of a limited process. There we go. Then if they're in the part of the short-term rental process, it is the 2-year standard process. That gives us an opportunity on that. And Brian and the team have also been looking at ways of how to do that process as the closeout procedure. And so we do have a good working knowledge of what that would look like from a staff perspective and also what we would expect potentially for going through that process if somebody is non-compliant at the end of the process.
Okay. And maybe this is for you or for Brian. Some questions about maybe some unlicensed short-term rentals in town. What's the process we go through to try to catch those, to bring people into compliance?
So we always try to go through the various platforms to see if we can identify those. We also have people that will submit to us through online forms, let us know that my neighbor's got a short-term rental or that. And so, as you all know, code compliance works on a kind of reaction basis on that one. We respond to those kind of concerns when they come up. And we have a lot of people that do let us know about those. So if somebody does have one of those, they could file it with us, and then we could be able to follow up and check on that.
Okay. Those are my questions. Other questions for Jeff? Or?
So,
if I may, Mayor, I'd like to just add a couple comments that Jeff didn't hit on specifically. We are going to create a specific case type for these rental units during this World Cup period of time. So when that date sunsets, we will have a list of just these licenses that were issued for World Cup that we can follow up on.
So Brian,
Go ahead.
So Brian, just to follow up on that, if we were, which I would like for the commission to discuss this, with that sunset, if we were wanting to have different enforcement fines and penalties for that, because currently the fine or penalty is what, up to $2,500?
I don't have the code in front of me. I know that was what the long term is. I think the short term STR followed the same LTR ordinance. I think that is correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
And Randy turned his camera on, so I don't know if he had a comment on that.
No, this is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. I just wanted to make sure and clarify that, we can't sunset and repeal without having the ordinances already in place, because once it's repealed, then there won't be anything. So we'll have to bring back new ordinances to fix those. We can do that at any time and make those new ordinances effective at the termination date of this program.
So if I hear what you're saying, if we did want to change something on the restored code, we could say, bring back a text amendment that changes the penalties after July 31st.
Well, we could. There's certain limitations regarding the amounts that we can charge to municipal court. That might be the maximum already, but we would look into that. And if we could bring in more, we'll bring that to your attention.
Okay.
Well, if it's not necessarily more, if it was wanting us to, if we know that the max is 25, if we wanted to also include language that would revoke any license or suspend their ability to apply for a short-term rental license for, let's say, up to a year.
That would not go through the criminal or the municipal court, but yes, we could include language that if they are in violation and are found guilty of a violation, that they would not be able to obtain a license for a period of time. Yes, we can put a suspension period in that. I believe that may exist already.
Yeah.
Okay. Other questions, comments?
I mean, the answer is pretty obvious, but I kind of want to dig into it a little bit. What is driving this, right? So we obviously are expecting the World Cup. We're hearing, hotels are booking up in Manhattan already. Whether that's true or not, I've certainly not confirmed it. But overarching, we want to react to what could be a really great economic development endeavor, albeit temporary. Do we have any data that backs what to expect as far as people coming in? What effects have what effects have the World Cup specifically, or maybe even a Super Bowl that other cities have had? Or are we just saying we need more short-term rentals? Because I will tell you, my concern is alienating existing residents for this if we don't know for sure what the benefit will be. Are there a lot of people asking to turn their homes into short-term rentals? That's another question I have. So let me stop there, see if you have anything to respond with. I just threw a lot at you.
It's okay. I hope that I get him back in the right order.
I promise I'll probably already forgot.
So the best statistic I've heard for this, it's the World Cup is effectively like holding the Super Bowl 7 times consecutively. And it's in Kansas City, and we're in that radius where people are looking at it. We'd anticipate it's probably going to be, since we're very close into a lot of the area, there's going to be people of interest that will be, going to Kansas City for those games and have that interest. And as you know, Lawrence is also potentially in the running for a base camp, and that would be a long-term duration event, and people tend to want to be around those teams when they have their sites. And so that is another, potential interest that we have in there. And just knowing the amount of people coming, we just know we don't have enough hospitality rooms that are potentially there. And so we were putting this forward as an option for consideration, just to help accommodate some of those different changes that we might be seeing in the market. And there's no real good way to say that it's going to be this much at this kind of an interval. But what we've seen in previous examples and in the conversations that we've had is we would expect that to be a large amount of people coming to the area for a duration. They might be here for a week or two, or if their team does really well, they might be here for 3 or 4, depending upon how it goes. So it's kind of hard to pin down since there's a lot of unknown variables. We don't know, are we a base camp or who that would be? But we do know there's going to be the games in Kansas City, and there's going to be a lot of people trying to find accommodation, and we're within a pretty good driving distance. And with the transportation links that we have to Kansas City, it does make us a very attractive option for a lot of people. I think your third question was about the alienation of...
Well, that was kind of a general comment, right? We have a lot of folks that are concerned about these short-term rentals, and I certainly appreciate that, for sure, which is why I would be interested if there are any penalties, that they're actually higher than what they would normally be, right? If we're going to allow people to come in and disrupt a neighborhood very quickly, very temporarily, I want to make sure that the juice is worth the squeeze, so to speak, for the city. Have we reached out, and I've personally been to 2 Super Bowls, so I certainly appreciate what one Super Bowl does to a community. Have we had conversations with any communities that have had major events come in? May not have to be the World Cup, but we've certainly got parallels to some extent, specific to short-term rentals and how they've responded to it. Because I would like to see that.
We've talked to a lot of communities about different programs they run, and where I've worked at previously had some events that were long duration events that were not maybe Super Bowl equivalent, but they were longer running. And I've had conversations with my counterparts there, and they've noted it's very similar to what you see during skiing season in the mountains, or if you have a beach town, you see kind of a spike going into the summer months between Memorial Day and Labor Day and those kind of things. But they also said it's wildly unpredictable in the conversation. So it can just depend on who, when, where, why, and what the market prices are at if people are even interested. So there's not a good, thumb. You can't really get your thumb on it necessarily all the time. But they did say the conversations has been that you're going to see probably increases in people, and you will see people that will put things out there that are probably not safe for habitation. So if you can get ahead of those and have those inspections and ensure some of that goes a long way to making sure that the community is safe overall too.
And I would jump in and say, I've been involved in quite a few of the meetings related to the World Cup. And, this is certainly something I've been asking about for a while now. The World Cup group out of Kansas City that's leading this effort, and of course we have Unified Command working on this, they say if we're a base camp, we should expect 15,000 people to be here. 15,000 is the number we should count on. If we're not a base camp, it'd be maybe 8 to 10,000. And, clearly they think we'll be a base camp. We don't know that for sure. Obviously, we've been included in the bus route, to have buses every day. And so, certainly, the demand is out there. I would then add that I know Kansas City, Missouri, Lenexa, Shawnee, they've all passed similar ordinances to this. We're actually in a more unique situation than some of those places because we have, talking to some of the cohorts and commissioners in other places, we have a pretty strong July 31st turnover date, which is different than Lenexa, Shawnee, or whatever, that some of these concerns like that Chris brought up about if someone has a long-term unit in Shawnee coming open in May, do they hold it waiting for June and July and then rent it out to long-term folks? Whereas in Lawrence, we have a much stronger turnover date on July 31st. We don't have a lot that come open in May anyway.
Right.
I will know I've talked to quite a few some landlords. There are a few landlords who did do 10-month leases with their leading into this year, thinking about this in the head. And I do know other landlords who are offering students out of the summer. We'll let you lease out on May 31st, short-term rental it, and then bring it back on August 1st as a long-term rental with students again. So I've talked to landlords who are definitely talking to their tenants about, are you going to be here this summer? Do you want to be here this summer? If you don't want to be here this summer, this could be an opportunity if this passes.
I will say, I've had other conversations, and my thought is we do empty to some extent over the summer. Do we happen to have numbers by chance? Could we get with KU and find out how many? We may not have those numbers. I think it'd pretty good to have. How many students leave in the summer? You know what I mean?
We know from the Census Bureau and the data that we have, and because of the effects of both Haskell and Baker on town, about 15,500 students will leave between May and come back in August.
Okay. Okay.
One.
Yeah, no.
One thing. Would it be possible to take a 3-minute break before we go?
You want to take a break?
Yeah, just a quick.
Let's take a
break.
Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll be back. Thanks. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, we will bring the meeting back after a short recess, and we're on the discussion of regular items 1 and 2, or in the question stage. I guess I'll just go ahead and kind of continue my thoughts. I'm in support of these two changes with the additional amendment to, initiate the text amendment to return it to at least the July 31st, although, I might do something slightly earlier, July 29th, or, something just because we know the turnover date is going to be on August 1st. And I support that because I do think, again, we could be wrong. We could not be a team. We could not be a host city, and we also could be a host city and no one comes. But I think the safer bet is to know that we need this additional housing to have the people in our community get the full benefit of it. Certainly cities in Kansas City are doing it. Even I've talked to folks in other surrounding cities farther away than us who are also considering this. And again, I've talked to quite a few landlords who do think this will be certainly could be a possibility, and talking with Explore Lawrence and some of the folks on the team, I think this is something that will be useful to the city as long as it's short term. And so anyway, that's where I stand on it.
Jeff, have we had any communications with the university as to what they hope to, what they're planning to do?
We have, yes. They're part of the team that I get to work with as part of the housing prompt for the Unified Command, and KU Housing is a member of that. And they've, let us know is that they're going to have a lot of their normal operations, that they're going to still be running the summer camps and the different events. And so they're not going to have a large amount of capacity in there. And part of what we're also having conversations with them is a little bit of continuity of operations for them. If people are trying to go through new student orientation, where are they going to stay during the World Cup? Or if somebody's coming for any of those transfer days or special events that they do, they need to make sure they've got space for people that might not be able to find a hotel or short-term rental in Lawrence. They might be staying in a residence hall for that period. So there's a little bit of that we're looking for. We're also keeping an eye and having the conversations for first responders and emergency workers that might be coming into the community as part of this. They might be coming from western Kansas and coming in to be here for a few days to alleviate different supports. And so making sure that they've also got housing space too. So there's not a lot of depth in university housing as you might think when you start kind of adding up all those different factors.
Good to know.
A couple questions for me. The former Mayor Shipley brought up the question about the transient guest tax if it goes over 30 days. So if you're a normal person and you do this and you say, hey, you're going to rent out your place for 31 days, something like that, is the transient tax, does that affect you for 30 days and then one day after that you lose access to that? Would you be able to explain that?
That would be a little bit beyond my ability, unfortunately. I tend to deal more in land use, not in finance and taxation. Part that I do know is that once you overstay a certain period, you actually have long-term rental rights to properties. And so instead of going through what we do in a short-term rental, you go through the eviction process of a long-term rental process. And so that's the part I do know. I don't have to know much about how the transient guest tax is applied and how that process works with the state. I do apologize.
And I can answer, again, slightly. The state law obviously has the transient guest tax, and it applies obviously to transient. So that's the 30 days. So obviously, if you if you have a long-term lease, a 3-month lease or a 1-year lease, you don't pay a transient guest tax, right? So it's only for that. So the question is the term of the lease, and then whether or not you're paying the appropriate tax on the term of the lease. So, I mean, I think Ms. Shipley's point is, if in some ways, if you lease your house out to somebody for 32 days, you wouldn't have to pay the transient guest tax to the state. And now how Airbnb does that, how VBRO does that, if you do a 2-week and a 2-week, a 2-week and a 3-week, well, then yes, you owe transient guest tax on both of those. But those are all state laws, so there's nothing we can do to change that one way or the other. And a lot of that will depend on how, if you're using a service to monitor that, that's their responsibility. The VBRO versus an Airbnb and their duty to collect that tax and remit it.
I guess my second question is, so we're relaxing this for places that have, or organizations that have more than 3 rooms. Or 3 houses or 3 places for people to stay, right?
That's one of the things.
One of the things. And what's the way to ask this question? So, in a lot of ways, that would be, larger apartment complexes, stuff like that, places in town that have a lot of space. It could be, a landlord who has, 4 homes, stuff like that. If they're going to be in these long-term spaces for these short-term rentals, is there any thought of killing 2 birds with 1 stone by being like, hey, we're going to actually, as part of this, do the long-term evaluation for some of these that will turn into long-term, so that rather than just do a short-term evaluation of what that looks like? Well, I guess one question would be, is the evaluation for a short-term inspection different than the long-term inspection?
It is not.
Is not, okay. So in a way, if this is opened up and we allow more spaces to be filled in town, doing these inspections will actually give us better visibility of what the status is of a lot of longer-term rentals.
Potentially, yes.
Yeah, I think obviously I think there's 3 categories. The one category mentioned by our first speaker is, places like the Links who have 30 open rooms, renting those out, for June and July. And I think the second is, the people who, and we know this from, folks in, at the National League of Cities Conference, they did these presentations from both Omaha with the College World Series and Augusta with the
Masters, yeah.
The Masters, that, they have these rules and people leave for a month, go on vacation, rent their house out for $10,000 and go on vacation, come back a month later and do that. And, both Omaha and Augusta have, been doing this for years. And so that's kind of the model at the National League of Cities that many of these cities across the country who are host cities are looking at. And so, certainly some people now, how many people want to leave their house and give it up for a month or 3 weeks? I don't know how many people that will be, but I think that's the second category. And then the third category, like I said, would be the long-term rental houses, not the apartment complexes where, people are renting to students, the students are gone, and then they're renting them out, for a period of time. This would allow all of those which aren't allowed now.
I'll make the statement in general that I really want Lawrence to be prepared for this impressive event, whether it will come to fruition or not. I prefer being prepared a lot more than not being prepared, I'll say that. Now, what I would like to see, though, is I want to know how the entirety of this community will be benefiting from having an additional 15,000 people. So obviously sales tax will be coming in. Hopefully the hotel guest tax will come. I would like to see if we can ensure that we're able to capitalize, we are within the 30 days. I would like to protect those folks that short-term rentals are on their block, and I would love to see, this is all in a hypothetical world up for discussion, I'd like to see heavier penalties. If it's gonna be a windfall, then the community should be benefiting as well. And I certainly love the idea of people being able to capitalize on some empty space. I'm not overly concerned about us jeopardizing long-term rentals simply based on the fact that we have a decent size amount of the population leave every summer. If that were not the case, that would I would probably feel differently. So let's have that discussion as far as, okay, we're going to see an additional sales tax. We're overarching, maybe we can mitigate some property tax with that. Maybe we can make improvements. Let's make it very known what this will do for the community. And let's make darn sure that people are not going to come in and jeopardize safety or disrupt people's lives as it pertains to their neighborhood. So how do we do that? Those are some, for me personally, those are some conversations I would love to have. I am in favor of this as long as we're controlling it and it's a benefit to the community. That's my approach.
I don't know, I think part of the answer to that is if someone could talk about unified command and how we have these different groups, housing being one of them, but we're trying to look at some of those. And, as well as we obviously increased the transient guest tax for the purpose, like many communities around us, to help capitalize on that and recover some of the costs we know of police and fire and so forth. But I don't know, Brandon, or I don't know if you're on Unified Command, I think.
I can jump in here a little bit. And we are planning a more comprehensive update. The commission requested it before the end of the last year. So we'll have members of the Unified Command here. We're planning on January 20th. So we'll be able to give you an idea of the different branches and the work that they're doing and the preparations to date. And that'll be actually around the time that we might start finding out about hosting a team here as well. I do just want to kind of caution everyone listening and the commissioners, we are not expecting in terms of government revenues, tax revenues, necessarily a windfall. These types of events are major consumers of public services. And so we are starting first with more of a continuity of operations type approach. And how do we make sure that businesses can continue functioning and people in our community members can continue going about their daily lives. We'll get into more of that when we do our comprehensive presentation, but I do kind of want to temper community expectations that this might be a windfall to the city government or some of our other local governments here. We do hope, and we are trying to set it up so that our businesses can benefit greatly from this, and we've had good participation from them so far.
Just a couple of quick thoughts. The idea that this is pretty much inevitable, and so I do appreciate, because there's several of us who brought this up, including myself, for us to get a jump start on this so that we knew what the data was telling us about what we could possibly expect as far as numbers of just people wanting to attend and be in the area. That doesn't necessarily include those individuals that might be traveling to be close to their teams in proximity. So there's a lot of different variables that are at play at this. And so the idea that we needed to put something in place to attempt to mitigate as much as possible, because this is going to be organized chaos. It is what it is. And I think that has been a tone and a sentiment that has been stated and shared across the board, even with the Kansas City 2026 group. So there's going to be organized chaos. There are aspects of the major event ordinance that was put into place in Missouri that I appreciate, in parts not so much. They have some specific language around owner occupied as it relates to density. I think that is something to be said for a community like that. Here, not so much. And that's getting a little too deep in the weeds that I just don't think that we're not going to have that big of a lift as a Kansas City would, or even a Johnson County would. Will this impact long-term rentals? Yes, it will. The risk may not be as horrible, but the idea is that just because the World Cup is coming doesn't mean that people aren't won't relocate here for jobs, move here, move out. Life still goes on for the less 600,000 people who will be participating in World Cup. So yes, if we do, this is going to have an impact. Where we have to balance that, and where I've been trying to balance that in my mind is the idea of those short-term rental units that are currently operating without being licensed, whether we call those illegal, whatever. I mean, in the world of child care licensing, you call those, unlicensed facilities. So will we have some unlicensed units here? We do. We know we have some now. So what can we put in place to give it teeth to say, if you are doing this and we find out that you are doing this, not only will you lose your ability to license, and if you are a current short-term rental licensee or you have a license with us, you will lose that for a certain period of time, and you will have to charge, and you will be assessed a penalty or a fine for that. Those are some of the things I think that we can put into place. Oh yeah, no one really wants to see me. Those are some things that I do believe we can put into place that can help balance some of this organized chaos that's going to happen. That also gives us a little bit of, it's not that windfall, but there's additional money that could be in place to, for the point of with public safety and things that are going to put a little pressure on our coffers because of this event that's happening 45 minutes away from us. So, doing this mitigates to a certain point, or at least puts the community to say, hey, some of y'all want to do this. We know you want to. Some of you have already been testing the waters and doing it illegally. So do what's right, do what's best, register, do it for this time period. And if we find out that you're still doing it illegally, or we find out that you're doing it afterwards, we're going to take that ability for you to do it away for a certain period of time, and we're going to take some money away from you. So I think, we're not going to solve all the problems with this, but we have to look at this as a strategy solution that is going to at least create accountability and that aligns with the current system that we have, so that we can be able to offset any type of cost incurrence as well as additional stressors that we are going to see. We are going to see it. 600,000 people are not going to find a place to stay in Kansas City, and they may not find it in Johnson County, and hell, they may not even want to be in KCK. They probably want to come here because there's something about here. Mm-hmm. So we need to prepare ourselves for that. This is not the best. This is not tier one. This isn't the diamond, but it's going to give us something that we need to do to better prepare ourselves.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's also kind of underscores our desire to not have a black market during this period of time, where we have everybody available out in the open doing the right thing, and in a safe way too, so people aren't doing it to try to get away with it, but they're actually trying to comply with the rules and the requirements. So I'd have to say that I'm in favor of this. I think we need to have a sunset date, and it needs to make sense, but I don't think we need to be an expert in what that day is, whether it's July 29th or July 31st. I don't think it really matters too much, except we just need to have a defined date so that we don't leave this open, so that other areas of town are unexpectedly impacted, long-term by this.
As you guys jump in, I'd just say, I do think, I lean towards the July 29th date only for two reasons. One, it gives us a little time before that turnover date, and two, it gives us a chance not to have 60 days. It could increase the chance you could have a transient guest tax possibility without having a full 60 or 61 days, right?
I see what you're saying.
You could end up having a short-term rental situation.
That was kind of what I was hoping we could do.
So I think if we do like July 29th, that also give us, again, people are thinking then about, turning that over and getting someone in on August 1st.
The last game is the 11th in Kansas City. Sorry,
11th or the 15th, maybe?
Yes, the quarterfinal game in Kansas City is July 11th.
Okay.
Yeah. And, if we're a host city for a team that is eliminated and they go home before July 11th, the team coming, I think they said that if the seeds hold, it could be Portugal versus Argentina. You could have a whole new slew of people coming in just for that July 11th game. They'll know that they're coming a week or so before that. They come in and rent for, 8 days or something. If our team is still playing, then of course we still could have a lot of those filled. So a couple possibilities there. So there could certainly be a date between, shortly after July 11th and, the July 29th. And then I do think we can include in there, when they bring us back that initiate text amendment, we could have Randy and Jeff look at penalties and bring that back to us and consider that as part of that motion to bring that back in the text amendment process.
Yeah, I think that's good.
I'm concerned that the 29th is not enough turnover time. I get if the last match is the 11th, if we say 2 weeks, if people want to lollygag around 2 weeks after that, that puts us around the 25th, 26th. Then that gives any of these non-owner occupied folks, i.e. apartment complexes, that gives them at least a week before their
Looks like Sunday's July 26th.
Sunday's the 26th.
So yeah, I could support that.
Okay.
Comments on this end?
I was really just swayed by Commissioner Sell's argument, because I think there's something we can do here that will, again, clear something else up, which is, there's a concern that we have illegal or non-sanctioned Airbnbs or Verbos and stuff like that. And I think if we put the penalties in place for this afterwards and then do those evaluations, be able to work with Jeff's team to be able to figure out, are people abusing this, that we can know going forward what those penalties will be. And I think a lot of existing neighborhoods and people would benefit from having the teeth of that as part of this. I also think, just thinking about being able to evaluate more rentals around town as part of this whole process too, to make sure that they're up to speed as part of the inspection process, that can be a benefit to this whole thing as well. So I was kind of on the fence about it, but I am going to vote yes for this based on that.
I don't see Brian, but just to remind me, and Jeff, you could as well. For folks who are wanting to report, so if someone was wanting to report an Airbnb, a short-term rental unit in their neighborhood that they know is not, or they suspect that it is not licensed, what is that? Is there a dedicated line or link, or what is the process pathway to someone wanting to report that?
Quite a number of ways. You could send an email to us. You could give us a phone call. We have online through C.6 Fix. You can report those through that app and also that website. We have people that will mail us letters. So any number of ways that we do it. And we work on that, like I mentioned, complaint-based process. So any way that somebody can get us information, we will definitely be acting on that.
Okay.
Randy, you turned your camera on. I don't know if you had something you wanted to say before we make a okay, just checking. Just checking. Well, certainly if there's some more comments, we could do that. I think what I'm thinking, listening to the conversation, is we might have 3 motions. Motion on agenda item 1, motion on agenda item 2, and then a third motion that we initiate a text amendment to restore the code with the cleanup text with an end date of July 26th, and bring back additional penalties as part of that. And I think our discussion is about maybe going to the 2,500 and suspending licenses, but we'll let that initiation and then bring that back to us, and we can go through that. So that's why I'm thinking 3 motions is.
Yes.
If that's the case, would anyone like to try those motions?
Motion to approve a temporary text amendment to Chapter 6, Article 13, Division 2, Short-Term Residential Rental Property Code to allow greater flexibility for short-term rentals during the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Adopt on first reading ordinance number 10153.
Second.
Second. A motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, a second by Commissioner Sellos. As it relates to regular agenda item 1, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Is there a second motion on regular agenda item number 2?
Before the motion, I just wanted one clarification point. So this is just cleaning up something that you guys found in the text of the LDC.
This would make the change for the World Cup. The amendment we'd be bringing back to reset would be the cleanup one. So it would correct the error we've identified in the code.
Okay.
We wouldn't be bringing back the exact same text that's in there today. We'd be bringing back the cleanup version if you initiate the amendment to revert back.
Okay, just wanted to double check that. Okay, thank you.
So is there a motion on regular agenda item number 2?
Motion to approve text amendment at AMDT 25-0007 to Chapter 20, the Land Development Code of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, to update the accessory use table to allow non-owner occupied short-term rental uses to be permitted, accessory uses in the R1 residential low density and R2 residential low density 2 districts. Also update the accessory use table to allow owner occupied short-term rental uses to be permitted, accessory uses in the R3, R4, R5, M1, M2, M3, CC, CD, IL, IG, and P1 districts, based on the findings present in the staff report. Adopt on first reading ordinance number 10176.
Second that?
So motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, a second by Commissioner Dever. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. And then I'm looking for a third.
So on the third one, do I need to specify the language as far as fines and penalties? Or can
No, I think just initiate, they bring back penalty.
Related to short-term rentals?
Yep.
Okay. So I move that we initiate a text amendment with cleanup, So I move that we initiate a text amendment with cleanup text to sunset to July 26, 2026, and to have staff bring back language related to fines and penalties as it relates to short-term rentals.
I second that.
Okay. Sherry and Jeff and Craig, everyone understand the motion?
Good.
Okay. And so motion by Commissioner Sellos, a second by Commissioner Dever. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? That passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Jeff and others. Thank you. That ends our regular agenda, but brings us to the work session items. A work session provides an opportunity for the City Commission to discuss items in greater detail. The Commission will take no binding action on the items presented during this time. Work session topics are eligible for public comment. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. And this work session is to receive a presentation on the proposed affordable housing incentive policy. And I believe Leah is online to present this.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Leah Roseland, Affordable Housing Administrator for the City of Lawrence. Please give me just a moment while I share my screen. Okay. Good evening again. Thank you for the opportunity to present the proposed affordable housing incentive policy. The goal of this work session is to provide a clear overview of the policy. I'll share the purpose, how it connects to our adopted housing goals, the types of incentives proposed, and incentive requirements. We are eager to hear your feedback tonight. This policy builds on prior commission direction, community engagement, and our shared vision of a Lawrence where housing is affordable, accessible, and dignified for everyone. This policy advances the city's strategic plan, strong welcoming neighborhood KPIs 5, 6, and 7. This policy additionally meets the city's commitments to effective and efficient processes, sound fiscal stewardship, and equity and inclusion. I'm sorry, give me just some sec. This policy advances our strategic goals by focusing on incentives on the types of housing least available and most needed in our community to decrease housing stress, especially for very low and low-income households, our local workforce, families with children, people with disabilities, and seniors. The policy is designed with the overarching goal of ensuring that our public investments have the greatest possible impact for the community and serve the highest public good. Additional goals are to provide transparency, clarity, and fairness for applicants in the community. We leverage a toolkit of incentives to bridge financial gaps and encourage development that meets affordability goals. I will provide an overview of each incentive type in the next few slides. So first, tax incentives. This policy recommends tax incentives, including reinvestment housing incentive districts or RIDs, industrial revenue bonds, IRBs, and neighborhood revitalization areas, NRAs. IRBs and NRAs have already been provided for affordable housing under the current economic development policy. If approved, moving forward, affordable housing projects would need to meet the criteria outlined and apply under this policy. Reinvestment housing districts would be a new tool for Lawrence, but is a statewide incentive already offered throughout many Kansas communities. Currently, moving on to Affordable Housing Trust Funds. Currently, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is provided only as a grant. Under the proposed policy, projects with a guaranteed period of affordability of 99 years would be eligible for grants. Projects with lower periods of affordability would be eligible for low-interest loans, which is a standard practice among many communities with local trust funds for projects with more limited periods of affordability. Additional proposed city incentives include public land donations and fee waivers. Through this policy, a process for requesting municipal land donations and fee waivers would be formalized and streamlined. Fee waivers are one of the most frequently utilized mechanisms municipalities across the country and the state employ to generate affordable housing development. However, unfortunately, as we've discussed, our own internal policies create barriers in maximizing the leverage of this incentive. While we can provide some fee waivers through PDS, system development charges cannot be waived per Resolution 7231. I would suggest that this is one of the more vital policy considerations for the Commission to consider. Now that I've reviewed incentives, I'll cover eligibility. In the proposed policy, requirements for minimum years of affordability ensure long-term community benefit and protect public investment, incentivizing extended affordability periods. This requirement is a critical policy decision for the Commission to consider, and so I'm going to provide just a very brief primer on this item. In order to receive public subsidy for building affordable housing, developers agree to making the units affordable for low and moderate income households, meaning that rents are restricted so that they are generally not higher than 30% of the household income, and they agree to do this for a designated period of time. At the end of the mandated period of affordability, the housing may then be converted to market rate housing, meaning that the owner may charge the highest possible rent within local market conditions. That also means that when affordability ends, the public investment no longer serves as a benefit to the public, and vulnerable households are put at risk for displacement and homelessness when rents increase to more than what they can afford. Kansas and federal low-income housing tax credits require a 30-year affordability period. Some states have longer. Many local municipalities have longer. The city has aligned with the state LIHTC 30-year requirement, although the AHAB attempts to prioritize projects with 99 or more years of affordability, or what we often refer to as affordability in perpetuity or permanent affordability. This policy further operationalizes that priority and proposes that to receive significant incentives, a 99-year affordability period would be required. The policy also proposes that a 50-year minimum period of affordability to receive low-interest loans and any one types of tax incentive. Proposes that projects must meet minimum affordability percentages, ensuring deeper affordability for those most in need, with a focus on family and accessible units. Based on initial developer feedback and to be more in alignment with state LIHTC, the draft policy was already updated and greatly reduced the requirements for targeted housing types. In the revised draft, as you can see in yellow, up to 20% of units may be income targeted for households up to 120% AMI. I want to note that this would also be a significant policy change for Lawrence, as currently projects must serve households at or under 80% AMI to receive subsidy, the same as LIHTC and HUD. Enabling some units to serve moderate and middle income households helps us to build more of the missing middle housing stock, in addition to helping to increase project feasibility. To provide an example of what this might look like, say a project will be building 10 new affordable homes. In this policy, out of those 10, 2 of them may be income targeted to households up to 120% AMI. 4 of them would be income targeted to households between 60 and 88% AMI, and 4 would be income targeted to households at or under 60% AMI. In addition, the project must include at least 2 units that are 3 or more bedrooms, fully accessible, or income targeted for 30% or below AMI. In this scenario, the developer elects to build 1 family housing unit for households at up to 80% AMI and 1 additional fully accessible unit for households up to 60% AMI. This ensures that with every development financed with public subsidy, the community is gaining a minimal amount of the units that advance the city's targeted housing goal. To get a better understanding of how AMI translates into actual household income, I've included this chart. AMI is based on family size, so it makes it a little complicated to give one number. So I've included AMI levels for 1, 2, and 4-person households, just as an example. The AMI percentage in bold represents households traditionally eligible for affordable housing. I've also included a chart with typical wages in Lawrence to give you an idea of the workforce this housing supports. This data is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics and represents the mean annual wage in Lawrence for some common jobs that are essential to our community. Moving on, the policy also includes accessibility standards that ensure that publicly subsidized housing is usable and welcoming to all, so that homes may be used by a wide range of occupants, including all ages and abilities. In the interest of time, I'm just going to note that the policy also includes requirements pertaining to the criteria shown here, all of which are fairly standard and covered in the policy itself. I'm happy to provide any additional detail upon request. The agenda item packet includes the policy original draft used for community engagement and an updated red line draft reflecting changes made based on community feedback. The red line version provides additional clarity in language and explicitly broadens eligibility criteria to make clear that the intent is not just new development, but also rehabs, conversion from market rate to affordable, etc. The final policy will additionally be streamlined by removing administrative processes and design standards into separate accompanying documents. We aim for timely implementation with your feedback shaping the final policy, which we anticipate bringing for approval by the end of this quarter. One important note on implementation: some components of the policy will need to be phased in based on funding availability. For example, we don't have any additional resources allocated in 2026 to cover fee waivers, as we have discussed recently. All 2026 Affordable Housing Trust funds have been fully allocated. Due to these and other budget constraints, full implementation of all elements of the policy will not be possible until 2027. Staff would value the following specific guidance from the governing body in addition to any discussion you may have, but I want to provide additional clarity on what we're asking for in a couple of these items because I don't think my slide is very clear. So for the first item regarding broader focused goals, the question really is the Commission's priority to broadly and primarily support larger multifamily rental projects or be more targeted to drive development of the housing types that are most needed in advancing goals, such as affordable home ownership, family-sized, accessible, and deeply affordable units that don't normally come with those larger multifamily, typically LIHTC projects. Regarding the last item, regarding additional incentives, the question is the Commission is interested in exploring additional land use incentives and expedited review processes. I'm happy to provide further explanation for any of these items at your request. This concludes the presentation, but I'm happy to leave this slide up as it may help to guide your discussion, and we'll stand for any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Leah. Questions for Leah? Who would like to start? I guess I can start. Well, people, and I will say I sadly started with the first version before I realized there was a second red line version. I started writing down questions, and then I realized, hey, they answered some of these. My notes are a little confused, but I do have a couple questions and trying to think through how these would work. Thinking about, and I'll jump around a little bit. I mean, I certainly understand the idea of trying to get more 3-bedroom units because that's low-income 3-bedroom units is a priority, I know. But how would that putting that requirement in, would that keep us from doing like senior housing projects that they probably don't need 3 bedrooms in senior housing projects? And how would we work that policy in and try to balance those two?
In that requirement, the 20% of more targeted units, it's like a menu of options that the developer can choose. So it's either 3 or more bedrooms for families or fully accessible units that would be great for seniors to age in place, or units that are income targeted for AMIs at 30% or below.
Okay, so that's an option, not a single requirement. Okay, thank you. I missed that. So, of course, we've done quite a few LIHTC projects that have less than 50 years. And looking across the state, and I know you mentioned some communities have longer periods. I mean, do we expect if we adopted this that we'd never have a LIHTC project again in the city, or would we expect LIHTC projects to come and be okay with the 50-year loan, or how do you see that playing out in practice?
Based on the data from other communities that have implemented for many periods of affordability, we would not see any reduction in LIHTC projects to be anticipated. Vermont, the whole state, requires permanent affordability, and they have continued to have a wait list. LIHTC projects still are very competitive. And a lot of the local municipalities that we often look at to compare Lawrence to, many of those local municipalities have required longer periods of affordability. Many require permanent 99 years of affordability. And again, they have not seen any reduction. That continues to be a very competitive program. And what has shown to reduce LIHTC projects is the amount of credits available through the program itself.
Yeah, we know that's a problem. So then tell me, how would the loan repayment work? Is that a loan that they're making payments on for the 50 years? Is a loan repayment due at the end of the 50 years? How does that practically work?
That's something that staff would need to develop policies and procedures for. First, we wanted to get commission's interest in exploring that as an option. And if the commission is interested, then we'll move into what those administrative details would be. I do want to note, and Danny might be able to speak more to this, but our division currently operates loans through the CDBG program, so we do have some idea and a mechanism for operating loans.
Yeah, I just didn't know, like with a LIHTC project or whatever, there's a 50-year, for example, instead of 99, and just trying to understand how that payment back would work. Though, in section, I think 2.8, there's some language in there about sites being ineligible or maybe eligible or whatever when wetlands. I think the original version said if it had a significant impact on wetlands. I think the secondary version said they'd just be ineligible if there was any wetlands involved. And I guess if we went with the first version of impact on wetlands, who would make that decision? The impact versus, I think the second way would be cleaner, but also more limiting. So just wondered the thought process on those two options.
That's a really good question, Mayor. And I'm wondering if Jeff might have some ideas. That's not something that we've discussed. That language was copied and borrowed from Kansas LIHTC policies. And we have not discussed internally how that would be implemented or enforced.
And just so I'm clear, which was the first language?
Correct.
The second language? The application is ineligible. Or is it the first language about the impact that's in the LIHTC language?
The original draft language was from LIHTC.
Okay.
Typically, wetlands get delineated by federal agencies, effectively. It's not something that the city typically lays out or works with. So if it gets delineated as part of that process with one of the federal agencies, it usually shows up on the maps, and we usually follow that process because it's pretty extensive to be displayed on that. And there's also a lot of changes that'll occur from time to time on that is what constitutes a wetlands or how wetlands are governed under federal laws. And so it's kind of hard to sometimes keep up with all the different changes, but we usually just rely on that as part of our standard process.
Okay. And I guess that relates, and not for you, Jeff, I don't think. But, I know knowing that there's a limited number of LIHTC projects going to be available in the state of Kansas, I wondered about something in the policy that, helped us, be in line for LIHTC projects. I mean, this would be an example, for example, this example of wetlands. I mean, if the state determines it does not have an impact on wetlands, if we use that language, could we just accept that and not have to do our own evaluation? Of course, this came up a couple weeks ago. Another thought was, the points related to fee waivers, and I know we can't do fee waivers per se, but, allowing people to be, if they get LIHTC approval, they'll automatically receive a fee waiver so that the points can be maximized, and therefore they have a better chance of ultimately receiving it. I guess I'm just trying to think out loud have you seen any policies that somehow, help LIHTC people, our community get awarded some of the limited LIHTC? Does that make sense?
Yeah, there are several categories for which projects receive points based on local support. As we've discussed, fee waivers, below interest loans is another one. Municipal land donations is another one. And then other types of local grants like CDBG, for example, or home could be considered in that. So those are the ways that the applications would score higher. I think your question about automatically providing fee waivers or other types of incentives for light tech projects, I guess that's really, that's a policy question for the commission to consider. Is the intent, as I understand it, and as I've discussed with KHRC, the intent is to gauge the local community's support of a particular project. How much is your local community behind it? How much does this project reflect the needs of your local community? And that's indicated through things like fee waivers and loans or grants, et cetera. So does our community, do we want to use incentives as a way of prioritizing certain projects, or do we want to take what Kansas, the state, believes to be the most vital or, the best project for our community? I think really that's the question.
I see. Okay, I was checking here. We did change the caps from the first version to the second. Okay, that's good. I'm looking at the affordable housing part. My question I'm in part 8, which is the Affordable Housing Trust Fund process. Section 5 is the Affordable Housing Trust Fund procedure of part 8.
What page?
It is page 90 of 158.
Okay.
I guess my... I'll see how I ask this question. Well, first of all, is the procedure set out in section 5 here on page 89, is that what we do now, or is there a suggestion in changing the procedure? I think it's similar to what we do now, but I guess let me ask it that way first.
Currently, the policy outlines a procedure from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund NOFO, Notice of Funding Opportunity, and it's similar to how we run the process now. I think a change would be to consider if we want to continue, if we do adopt this policy, does it make sense to continue to only have an annual application cycle? My recommendation is that does not work for development projects. That it perhaps would make more sense for a developer to submit one incentive application, which can be analyzed, reviewed, and considered for approval with all the incentives requested at one time, including trust funds. That would mean a change in how we run the trust fund process.
And is what proposed in here, does it make that change? Or is that something, because I tend to agree with you. I mean, I read this and I thought to myself, that's pretty limiting. I mean, we talk about having one meeting and then a second meeting by video and this and that seemed pretty detailed for policy. And I mean, and then I did write down this idea of only doing it once a year. So the way it's written now, does it have that flexibility, or is that something we could look at?
I would suggest that we revise it, and I don't know if Jeff or Danny want to speak more to this, but we went back and forth on, do we present the Affordable Housing Trust Fund as it's currently conducted, or do we also recommend simultaneously that perhaps the Affordable Housing Advisory Board has a portion of the trust funds that's within their purview to allocate or recommend awards for, and that perhaps another pot of funds would be available for incentives that would come with staff recommendation. But since currently all of the Affordable Housing Trust Funds are, per ordinance, connected to the Affordable Housing Advisory Board, I was hesitant to put a policy recommendation that would be contrary to another current policy similar to fee waivers, if that makes, I hope I'm making sense.
I think it makes sense. Yeah, I do think that's something I'm interested in, and obviously we can talk about that, but I do think having more flexibility to, I mean, we've had some disjointed projects come through where we're doing OHI projects, and then later we have AHAB, we have to wait on AHAB, and we're not considering them all at the same time, all the incentives together. And then we have to wait to see if AHAB's going to approve it and all that. I mean, it does seem to make sense to me to have a way to run a whole procedure together and not do that. So that is something I'm interested in. Okay, I have one more question, then I'll let other people ask questions. This is 14B. What was, let's see. Where did I see this? Non-residential meet the, I wrote this down, I'm trying to find the right spot. Non-residential meets the economic development policy. I think that was up earlier as one of the eligibility criteria, that the non-residential portion of any project meet the economic development policy. And I guess I wanted to understand a little bit more what that meant. Would that mean they have to meet our policy of certain wages, that sort of thing? Or what do we mean by that eligibility requirement?
Yeah, just as you stated, Mayor, that for any commercial component to the project, that component would also need to meet the criteria under economic development, because affordable housing is not going to be evaluating the strengths or benefit to the commercial component of any project.
But I guess and maybe would the work-live be considered? I mean, I'm thinking about some of the projects we've done where we've had the work-live component on the first floor, and I don't think we've put any requirements on what the work part of that is, meeting our economic development policy, like, base wages or anything like that, job growth, or is that what this means? Or would this be like purely commercial, like if we're having if someone wants to put a coffee shop on the first floor? I guess I don't understand that, what we're trying to accomplish there.
Leah, is it more like, we've had a couple of folks bring to us mixed-use developments where, to your point, where there is commercial on the bottom, some iteration of commercial on the bottom, housing on top, but the idea of if from a floor, from the total gross of the number, the square footage exceeds, what this is saying is that if it exceeds 25%, if the commercial part exceeds 25% of the total gross floor number, then this is not an affordable housing project, therefore dollars should not be there.
Oh, I see.
It should meet the requirements of the economic development policies and procedures.
Correct.
Okay, that helps me. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I was mixing it. Yeah. There it is. Okay, that's the 25%. Okay, those are at least the start of my questions. Other questions people have at the moment?
I do have, I'm trying to do a comment here. So in regards to the revolving loan piece, with some of the language, I guess, so I'll get to that in comments because I do appreciate that coming before us. I guess my question would be, Danny, with some of if any of the policy changes that we implement tonight, is that going to affect our current CDGB? Because we just re-upped the plan. So would we need to make modifications to our plan of how we've strategized dollars?
Good evening. It should not affect our plan. We would have a very robust educational piece if there's ever any crossing of the two different funding sources, just because anytime you put $1 of federal funds in something, it drastically changes a project. So in terms of what we have, we would not have to change anything. It would just be the educational piece on the other end.
Okay. And then, because some of the stuff around, and I could be jumping ahead as far as the kind of the layout and the design of a loan program. So let's say we go full charge with this and we start to expand that and we look at, are there CDFIs of, in the region that we could have access to, or working with some of our local financial institutions to be a part of that CRA aspect of it. Well, is that kind of, and I may be putting words in folks' mouth, but is that kind of what you were thinking about as related to the loan program, so that we have additional dollars to leverage against AHAB dollars in order to, if that was something we chose to do?
I think that all options are on the table for that. We just have our no interest loans right now that we do. So I think the point of saying that we had it with CDBG was just that we already have kind of our network in working with finance. So that would be, again, we were kind of just trying to determine the appetite and if that's something that the commission was interested in. And then we would really fully dive in and explore that.
And that's handled internally as far as with the CDBG
With our loans,
dollars
yes.
or the loans? Okay.
Yes, yes. Okay. The interest adds another element to that, though, that I don't know about.
Okay, that's good. That's what I have for now.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, I have a couple. In general, when we talk, first, let me make a quick comment and thank you for all of your diligence getting out in the community and getting the feedback. Along those lines, did we include the school board in any way when we talk about this policy?
We met with the school district as staff. Protocol is that we work with other district staff, not reach out directly to the school board. So we did meet with district staff, the assistant superintendent, and did let them know that we'd be happy to have further meetings. And Jeff can...
Yeah, did you get any interest in that?
Well, they primarily were focused on, I think, tax incentives and wanting to ensure that the community sees a benefit to the district, particular on an incentive like an NRA where they're voting to approve.
Okay. If I may, I see Shannon Alry, CEO of Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority. Would you possibly mind coming in and giving a high level, giving some feedback, if you don't mind? Having worked with you, I know you know affordable housing. I'd love to hear what you have to say.
Sure. And I think I'm good. So, and the other thing that I'll say is I was one of the original people on the Affordable Housing Advisory Board. So kind of been involved as this process has evolved. And I think the thing I like best about this is the difference between the grant and the loan, because from the Housing Authority's perspective, we are in favor of every single affordable housing unit we can get on the ground. I voted for, when I was on that board, for all the LIHTC projects. But the difference that we constantly found was, we try to put a matrix together. Well, a LIHTC project might bring, 80 units for 30 years. But those of us in like nonprofit, tenants, us, Habitat, maybe we were only bringing 4 units. But the difference in those models is that the Housing Authority, 70% of everybody we assist is at or below 30% of AMI. So I can never make a pro forma work, right, unless I get a lot of money from you all. I mean, it's just basic. Because when you can only charge rent based on 30%, you saw that number, $21,000. I mean, you cannot rent in this town at that level unless you're renting from one of us. So we've always had that rub, and so what I like about this policy is the real difference of how do we assist affordable housing at that very low end without discouraging LIHTC, because I think we want both. And you know, I will say, like, I mean, Union at the Loop, we have 100 vouchers. We have a ton of vouchers at Bethel. We have vouchers in every LIHTC project. And so that's the sort of, you know, unenviable task that the staff had and that you have, is where do you sort of cut that and figure out how do you incentivize both without making it impossible for those of us on the nonprofit / government end of it to put a deal together and not killing LIHTC. So those are my sort of high level.
So can I follow up and ask, why does the loan help? I guess when I read this, I thought the loan would discourage LIHTC. You seem to say that helps the balance. How does that?
Well, because
does that strike a
I
balance?
mean, and Rebecca Buford is she's the first of us out there trying to do a LIHTC deal and probably can speak better. But I mean, people all over the country do LIHTC without any AHAB money, without, right? I mean, we're one of the very few cities who has a affordable housing tax. I mean, people do LIHTC all over the country without that money. But there is that soft money difference that they're trying to figure out a way to make up. And so if you can sort of help them out, but then, like, if you look at that and somebody's renting at 80, most of the units are at 80% of AMI, well, that's not very far off market, right? So how come then they wouldn't be able to pay back into a fund to do more affordable housing? That would be my thought on it, isn't that then a way we're generating future funds to pay back into more affordable housing?
Appreciate that. Go ahead. You have other questions?
No, Shannon, thank you. I really do appreciate your feedback.
Thank you.
And you still get your 3 minutes later if you want. Other questions before we open it up and then?
Yeah, just a quick question. So I go back to your eligibility criteria slide on the period of affordability. I know that for the 99, it's, you can use that combination under the 50-year. There's the idea of the IRBs and the NRA. Would it be your thought that, you know, the IRBs are the abatement piece and the NRA as it relates to housing is kind of the rebate aspect of it and not necessarily using abatement under the NRA?
I'm not sure I understand your question. I apologize, Commissioner Phillips.
Just because I know that sometimes when we get some of these projects, the idea that we have the abatement piece and we have the rebate piece. And I know sometimes the question comes in when we deal with the abatement piece, that has the impact of the county and the school board. So is it the idea that by utilizing an IRB for 50-year affordable housing projects, is this that maybe direct it more towards an IRB, so the abatement's on more of the sales tax of supplies and not necessarily the abatement of property tax? Or what were your? I mean, I'm going deeper into this maybe than the policy question posed, but that's kind of where my brain is going on this.
Well, for LIHTC applications, it explicitly names sales tax exemption. So I would assume that most LIHTC projects would favor the IRB, but really the intent is that for significant tax incentives for a project that we're receiving a significant community benefit, which is why there's that language of, one type of tax incentive, most likely an IRB for 50 years or fewer years of affordability, and then any combination of incentives for the permanent affordable housing projects.
Right, so it's about the braiding and blending of the different opportunities to use these things.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
You got me there.
I did think of one more question, and you raised this, and I think maybe you should talk about more for our consideration. You talk about Resolution 7231, and maybe explain that and what you're looking for direction from us on.
Well, I suppose direction on whether the commission is interested in exploring that resolution, including potentially revising it, or at least exploring the implications of revising it, perhaps having more analysis done.
Let's pause a second. I'm not sure everyone knows what 7231 is, the new folks.
Oh,
I'm Googling it now.
You might give an overview of what 7231 is, and then...
Yeah, so it pertains to water and sewage revenue bonds, and states that no services or facilities provided by the system will, quote, be furnished to any user without a reasonable charge being made therefor. So that language has been interpreted to preclude any system development charge fee waivers, which are the largest of fee waivers incurred by projects.
And if we did even change that tomorrow, that wouldn't change some of the bonds we already have in place, would it? Or could we retroactively change that?
Well, I think that's would need to be explored more.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, that's the issue we talked a little bit about the other day, about not being able to just waive the fees, and instead having to award them money to pay us for the fees, because our resolution and thus our bond documents say we can't waive fees. And if we want to change that.
And that was under a revenue? Or did it matter? Do you remember?
As our revenue bonds, is our water. Yeah.
Only issuing revenue on this. I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know bond laws as it pertains to this, actually.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't applicable to it, but it was used as guidance in order to give us that direction.
Okay. Well, other questions? We'll open it up for public comment, then we'll bring it back and make comments. And then, again, we're going to send Leah and others back to work on this and bring back. So we're not voting on this tonight.
Yeah.
So we're giving feedback, but just want to make sure everyone's on the same page. But Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, two things, Leah. So the first one, you mentioned in there about below interest loans. Could you explain how that would function to this?
So the proposed affordable housing trust fund loans for projects with fewer than 99 years of affordability would qualify for points under the LIHTC application as a low interest loan or below market interest loan, which is why I mentioned that language specifically. And I believe, I'll have to fact check, but I believe that's defined as 1% or less. So it would generate a minimal amount of additional leverage or revenue to continue to support projects through the trust fund.
And then the other question I have, and this is not a gotcha question. I swear, I am genuinely curious what you think about this. In terms of the presentation you gave, you talked about SWN 5, 6, and 7. And so on the Lawrence website where it has the KPIs, it looks like 7, we are on track with that. It was the middle of 2024. We were able to get 20.9 affordable housing units. But for 5, 6, and 7, we've basically been off track for over 5 years. And so my question is, how do you see this going forward, kind of rectifying, either getting us closer with percentage of households that are experiencing housing stress, getting us below what looks like about 17, 18% for the past 5 years, into something that is, again, below 15 and on track? Yeah, so how do you see this achieving those goals?
Well, in a few ways. So part of the intent of targeting particular housing types is to help us to progress in those goals. Shannon mentioned, Shannon mentioned tenants to homeowners was there. Tenants to homeowners has primarily developed our affordable housing home ownership units. that requires deeper subsidy. Those, 1 to 7 unit homeownership units generally will not qualify for LIHTC. It requires a community commitment to make that happen. We have not seen applications for new affordable home ownership units through the trust funds in several years. It's just very, very difficult to pencil out right now. It's nearly impossible. And so part of this policy is saying, hey, our community wants to make a commitment to home ownership. Another example is a commitment to to affordable units for populations at 30% AMI or below, which feeds into decreasing the point-in-time count of homelessness. The projects, serving 40 to 80% AMI are needed and valuable for our community, but those aren't generally the housing units that people are transitioning into out of houselessness. We need deeply affordable units to meet that commitment. I also want to say that although SWN 7, we have been on track for that, I hesitate to even say this, we might need to look at that indicator, because now the affordable housing sales tax is also being used to provide revenue to emergency homeless services. And so that leverage is going to change. As mentioned, deeply affordable housing, transitional housing, supportive housing requires much deeper subsidy. I hope I've answered that question.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I took some good notes on that. Thank you.
Okay, we might have some more questions for you, Leah, after public comment, but we'll open it up to public comment. Anyone like to speak on this item? You have 3 minutes.
John M., 66049. You may have stolen my thunder, but I am going to plow ahead with what I've written down with access to safe and affordable housing and essential services that help them thrive. Okay, that's an important metric that should apply to the whole entire policy, especially one that's so large, impactful, and expensive. As reported by the city, and I'm not giving my opinion here, I'm reporting for what the city says, most progress indicators are off track of the stated goals. The goals are defined and measured. I'm not going to comment on how they're measured or even if those are good goals, but they are published as part of the overall policy. For example, number 1, residents who perceive the city as a good or very good place to live, it's off track from its goals. Households, the owners or renters that are experiencing housing stress, it's off track from its goals. Count of people experiencing homelessness, so we have a target for reducing that, it's off track from its goals. City infrastructure cost per new residential unit for multifamilies, it's off track for its goals. City infrastructure cost per new residential unit, single family, it's off track for its goals. Connectivity of healthy food providers by transit, bike routes, or sidewalks, it's off track. Residential units within a half mile of city green space, not achieved at all. Residential units within a half mile of a school or library, off track. This is an interesting one. Leverage the affordable housing sales tax dollars to maintain and create more affordable housing. Well, that's on track, which means to me we're great at spending money, great at putting up units, but whether we're achieving the goals of why we're bothering to put up units or to offer units doesn't seem like we're successful. So the bottom line, affordable housing incentive policy ought to have sensible, objective outcomes. Maybe these aren't the right ones. They've been around for a while, and I'm not sure they're even updated. However, a serious review is needed to ensure that objectives are measurable and tied to relevant, successful metrics. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christina McKenna, 66046. The Collaboration for Collaborative Governance thanks the City of Lawrence for proposing the Affordable Housing Initiatives policy. We appreciate its wide variety of incentive options, clear application and accountability processes, and very long-term affordability. This proposal reflects our community's compassionate commitment to increasing sustainable, transparent, and consistently affordable housing opportunities for its residents. We also appreciate the city's community engagement about this policy that Leah Roseland facilitated and in which our coalition participated. We hope the Commission will support this policy and its continued development, and we believe it can be a great model for what can be achieved when the City of Lawrence, the many devoted affordable housing advocates and community organizations, and engaged residents collaborate towards a shared goal. We have several suggestions and questions about this policy we hope you'll consider, including figuring out ways for it to support affordable homeownership options as well as affordable rental options, even for those in the middle class. The proposed policy currently requires the development of multiple units to be eligible for these incentives, and developments that have received them are generally multi-unit apartment complexes that residents rent. Our coalition suggests this policy increases options for applying these incentives to more home ownership options. It could include expanding the eligibility requirements to apply to smaller scale developments, including single properties for homes that individuals can buy, own, and build equity themselves. It could increase affordable home ownership in Lawrence and could also support the rehabilitation and adaptive use of existing structures. Additionally, in the past, affordable housing has primarily been provided by existing housing stock rather than new construction. We believe it might be valuable for the city to discuss options that could support creating more affordability for existing individual housing units. This could increase the affordable housing supply faster than building new units can do. We're grateful the city staff has already started to integrate community feedback into this proposal and hope the city will continue to do so. And it's not just affordable housing, but also the sustainable housing. So sometimes maybe more accurately called attainable housing for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Melinda Ball, 046. I'm presenting some additional suggestions and questions from the Coalition for Collaborative Governance. The proposed policy includes language that prioritizes the preservation, rehabilitation, and adaptive reuse of existing buildings, which our coalition appreciates. Our neighborhood advocates also request that the policy eliminate incentives for demolitions of existing buildings by disallowing incentives for lots that are vacant because of demos. We request that the policy strengthen its floodplain and wetland protections by requiring sites be ineligible if it is within a federally designated floodplain, and by adhering to the broader definition of wetland prior to the recent Sackett v. EPA ruling. We like the Commission to consider whether this policy could incentivize the use of local businesses, including contractors, lumber shops, landscapers, window suppliers, and other building trades. We also like to request that the city gather and integrate feedback from the Lawrence School Board about this proposed policy, as they also need to approve some of the proposed incentives. This topic was addressed at the candidate forum our coalition hosted in October, and school board members expressed a desire to be involved in this type of policy development. We also have a few financial questions about this policy. Has the city studied the fiscal impact of the property tax rebates and sales tax exemptions on the city's budget and on the city's ability to provide city services for the additional housing generated by this policy? That is, what are the costs of services for these developments, and how does that compare to the tax revenue the city will not be receiving? Ms. Roslin told us that this will be studied on a case-by-case basis. Due to the scale of this new policy, we suggest that the city consider a more comprehensive assessment of the financial effects of this policy. Relatedly, we are curious if the city compared their financial situation to communities they modeled their policy proposed on to ensure that these incentives align with our community's specific financial needs. Finally, we'd like to suggest some additional benefits that could be added to the policy at no cost to the city. These include density bonuses that allow denser development than the current zoning allows, expedited permitting, and land use concessions when appropriate for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments in the room? Christina?
Good evening, Commission. I'm 66049, Christina Gentry. Speaking as a resident and a public servant, I urge that the Lawrence City Commission and community to support an affordable housing incentive policy that ensures housing in perpetuity. This is not merely an abstract policy. It is a vital investment in our community's core stability and future. By keeping homes permanently affordable, we prevent the displacement of our neighbors and provide families, particularly vulnerable populations like the many single-family women head of household in our county, in our city, the stable foundation that they need to survive and to thrive. In Lawrence, female households with no spouse or partner present make up 8.7% of all households, with 5.8% having their own children under the age of 18. This represents a significant portion of the population that could benefit from housing stability measures. A preliminary report on unhoused people in Douglas County indicated that nearly 51% of those experiencing homelessness identified as female, a higher rate than national or state trends. This disparity underscores the particular vulnerabilities faced by women in securing and maintaining stable housing. Speaking to cost burden and income, many households in the Kansas City region, including Lawrence, experience significant housing cost burdens, with the greatest shortage for residents at the 30% and 50% median income levels. We spoke on that today. But research consistently shows that housing stability leads to better health outcomes, improved educational achievements for children, and a more robust local economy. For individuals who are currently cost-burdened, perpetual affordability frees up resources for essentials like healthcare and education. The data, which shows a disproportionate number of women experiencing homelessness in our county, makes it clear that targeted support is necessary. Incentivizing community needs through perpetual affordability will help us build a more resilient, equitable, and connected Lawrence for generations to come. Thank you.
Seeing no other comments in the room, how about online? Oh, David, were you speaking on this one? Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, David Baston. Tonight's agenda item is the Affordable Housing Incentive Policy, a big step to add more affordable units through tax break grants, loans, land donations, and fee waivers. The goal is to increase supply for low to moderate income residents, reducing housing stress and make Lawrence more affordable. But we already have a policy that does the exact opposite of that. Ordinance number 10121, passed in April of 25, caps most homes at 4 to 5 adults per house. This rule was passed to please a few complainers about residents, not based on facts, but public health concerns. A commissioner told me it's meant to stop students from overcrowding homes. There's no proof that it fixes anything. Another called it a terrible one-size-fits-all policy that drives up rent and hits renters the hardest, described as just a compromise to pacify complainers, driven by politics, not evidence. Sounds pretty ridiculous when you hear it out loud, doesn't it? We're telling grown adults how many people can live together, and this, you might want to look at this when you look at the World Cup too, because only 4 adults can live or can be in any one house, so that's something you can look at there also. It shrinks our housing stock. A 5-bedroom house that could easily support 7 to 8 people now legally sits half empty. That forces more people to compete with fewer homes, driving rent costs up. 2025, Lawrence rents has jumped 7% on average, and that's higher than the national trend. These caps make it worse by blocking shared living in our tight market. Let's see. If we're serious about affordable housing incentive policy tonight, we can keep a rule that actively reduces the housing we already have. Repeal this ordinance, stop bias rules and complaints, and start basing them on facts. Thank you.
Seeing none in the room, how about online?
We do have a few. Daniel Brown.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Hello. Hi, Daniel Brown, 66044. I work at Independence Incorporated. We are a resource center for folks with disabilities here in Lawrence. I'm also the program manager of our Accessible Housing Program, which is a program that helps folks with disabilities here in Lawrence get accessibility modifications for their homes, like wheelchair ramps, accessible showers, grab bars, things like that. Through my work over the years, I've seen firsthand the struggles that folks with disabilities have here in Lawrence in finding affordable housing that's accessible to them. And there's many reasons for this. One of them is just the housing stock here in Lawrence. Some of it is older and it was built prior to federal accessibility requirements being implemented. Also, there's some housing that's exempt from those accessibility requirements, like single-family homes, duplexes, triplexes, multi-story townhomes. There's also many units in larger housing complexes, even newer complexes that don't have elevators, or it's just those ground floor units that are required to meet those minimum accessibility requirements. Also, many larger complexes don't have or have few, if any, fully accessible units. So what this means for folks with disabilities, particularly physical disabilities, folks who are seniors, folks wanting to age in place, it's just that there's significantly fewer options for them regarding housing, particularly finding and maintaining accessible housing that's affordable to them. So we feel like this proposed housing incentive policy helps to address some of that by expanding accessibility requirements. It also extends the period of affordability to ensure affordable and accessible housing is available to current residents and also to future generations. So I would urge the Commission to maintain these proposed requirements in any housing incentive policy that's ultimately approved by the Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Marielle Ferrero.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Maria Ferrero, Lawrence resident, and honored to be a member of the Affordable Housing Advisory Board and the Accessibility and Affordable Housing Work Group that is a part of the Place for Everyone plan. I'm here to just add my voice of support to the Affordable Housing Incentive Policy and to the opportunity to continue developing this policy. As you all have learned, there are a lot of changes, but good components to this, and incredibly underlined. So I'll only underscore what the CEO of Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority, Shannon Orey, stated, is that this is an opportunity to utilize our housing trust funds and have an opportunity to continue to reinforce that we do want LIHTC projects in this community. As you know, our Affordable Housing Trust Fund is not big, and we struggle every year to be able to decide how those funds are awarded, and almost every year it is way less than what we receive in applications. This gives us an opportunity to expand our incentives and to focus that trust fund, or how it's named in this presentation as a grant, to the projects that may not qualify for LIHTC, or projects that could be not only deeply affordable, which is below that 30 at or below that 30% AMI, but would be affordable in perpetuity or have that 99-year requirement. We have opportunity to put projects that are a path to homeownership, which was echoed in a previous commenter's that maybe we're not focusing on that. I stated during our application process this year that we did not have any homeownership projects. This is an opportunity to start moving in that direction. The things that we need to maintain in this policy moving forward is that affordability requirement. To expand on that and to utilize our funds, taxpayer dollars, to make sure that our housing is affordable in perpetuity is incredibly important and something we need to underscore, knowing that LIHTC projects will still be awarded, knowing that LIHTC projects are still a cornerstone of affordable housing. This is the opportunity to do more. And this is the opportunity to provide housing that makes sense for our community. As a charge for AHAB, we are looking at our goals for the next several years, and this is in alignment with the projects and goals we want to see, and we will be revising that after we get the affordable housing study. So I'm incredibly excited to see this. I hope you all champion and encourage continued exploration on these incentives, and I hope that we can have affordable, sustainable housing in perpetuity in our community. Thank you.
I'm sorry, if I just moved you in, you could go ahead and speak. I'm not sure.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Bob, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Show your name.
Bob McKessick, 66046. I'm commenting from my experience as a wheelchair user since 1968 as a result of a car accident and current information and referral specialist job at Independence Inc., where I respond to, among other things, many requests for information and assistance finding affordable and accessible housing in Lawrence. I strongly support the City of Lawrence, Kansas adopting the Affordable Housing Incentive Policy and encourage you to approve the policy, extend the period of affordability in perpetuity, keeping all the universal design requirements in place that apply to city-supported affordable housing developments. Accessible design is rooted in the principle that everyone should have equal access and usability of the built environment. Universal design creates spaces, livable spaces that are inclusive, accommodating, and can be used by people of all ages and levels of ability. Accessibility is not a special need, it's universal. Nationally, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, 1 in 4 adults lives with a disability, and nearly 40% of all adults over 65 have mobility limitations. Yet less than 6% of homes are accessible to people with even moderate physical impairments. And that is consistent with our experience here in working with people that are looking for accessible, affordable housing. Clearly, most homes, apartments, and houses don't include basic accessibility features. They're not their traditional standard. And they are needed by people as they age, experience a change in health, adapt to or recover from injuries, or care for loved ones. So most of us or our family members will need accessible housing at some point in our lives. The vast majority of older adults want to stay in their homes and age in place. So including universal design accessibility from the start is smarter, more inclusive, and far more cost-effective than retrofitting later. So I respectfully ask you to approve when the time is right, or when you're deciding that, to approve the Affordable Housing Incentive Policy to enable more affordable, universally designed, accessible housing to be available to the many Lawrence residents who need it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeffrey Hepler.
Hey, y'all. Jeffrey Hepler, 66044. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I just wanted to speak to this as a person who rents from tenants to homeowners and feels very blessed to be able to do so, because if I'm being truthful, I don't know that I could live here if I didn't have subsidized rent from them. And I don't know if I'd be able to do my job here, serving children. I guess I want to share my vision. Here's what I'm thinking, because I do want to be a homeowner here. I used to be a homeowner. I had 10 acres up by Perry Lake, and you know, it kind of kills me to be a tenant now and not be able to take care of this place like I would like to. But my vision is, you know, having a tiny house here in Lawrence in a tiny neighborhood with communal gardens and fruit trees and, you know, universal design. Yeah, I guess that's all I have to share on that. I do hope that we support affordable housing, very affordable housing in the future, because yeah, most people are paying 50% plus on their incomes on housing. That's just the reality we live in, and it's driving people away, and they can't escape it. Thank you all for listening. I appreciate your service. Yeah. Thank you all for your the comments from the public. It was very eloquent.
Thank you.
Risa Williams.
Hi there. I kind of want to just share a little bit of my insight. I appreciate all the effort that's being put into this. I kind of want to echo what Jeffrey said. My personal experience being that I'm a single mother of 3 boys, I have a voucher. I would still be in my 600 square foot tiny duplex with 4 kids, had I not gotten a housing voucher. So I understand, like, things are definitely hard. And I appreciate that Christina shared those statistics regarding the percentages of women with children in the community that really do need that affordable housing. I also was previously a housing case manager for Lawrence Community Shelter, so I see that aspect of this. We have multiple individuals who want to be housed. They're working hard, they're trying, but they can't find anywhere to rent. Nobody will rent to them. We break down barriers, and they just continue to have more barriers. So, yeah, the other part of that is I have a aging disabled mother. I'd like to see some smaller units, like everyone said, with ADA accessibility. So I really, really appreciate everything that's gone into everything everyone's saying tonight. Just from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mo Horowitz.
Hi, thank you so much for considering the proposed steps to create more affordable, accessible housing. I can't stress strongly enough the difference this would make in people's lives, and I really appreciate everything in Leah's presentation. I believe that to sustainably meet the needs of our community, the Housing Trust Fund should require a 99-year affordability period for all new development in order to decrease displacement and increase stability. But I just want to talk a little bit more about the reasons to approve the incentive policies, universal design requirements, and increase accessibility, since as a disabled person with a disabled spouse, that's what I know best. Our shortage of accessible housing puts disabled Lawrenceans at higher risk of household accidents, abuse, joblessness, homelessness, and social isolation. Systemic ableism keeps disabled people poor. The Department of Labor estimates disabled Kansans earn 68 cents on the dollar. A 2025 academic study of more than 1,100 disabled adults found on average we spend 20% of that lower household income on disability-related goods and expenses. Our city's latest housing market analysis found 1 in 4 disabled community members live in housing that does not meet our access needs, and disabled renters usually go without the accessibility modifications they need. Incorporating universal design features into affordable housing goes a long way to meeting those needs and freeing up disabled people to focus on other parts of our lives, including the parts that lift people out of poverty. Not only is that better for disabled people, it also helps create more spending power in Lawrence. And the last thing I want to add is increasing accessible, affordable housing stock can literally save people's lives in ways that may not be obvious right away. The most comprehensive meta-study to date estimates that nationally disabled people are 1.5 times more likely to be abused than non-disabled people. People are just more likely to leave their abusers when they can find housing that is safe, healthy, and accessible. Thank you very much.
Barry?
Barry, you're on mute. We can't hear you.
Okay, sorry about that.
No problem.
Thank you, everyone. I agree with a lot of the comments that people have made about universal design and the importance of that, long-term availability of these units. I'm just going to point out that up until now, a lot of our incentives have incentivized studios and one-bedrooms. Certainly there is a need and a market for that, but I think there is definitely a need for what I'm going to call family-friendly housing. Our school district, despite the fact that the city is growing, is losing students, and I think part of that is because there is a lack of affordable housing for school-aged children in our town. And so I think this is a very important need that needs to be prioritized. The other thing I think is important is that we need to create a better path for home ownership for people. Not everyone wants to be a homeowner, but a lot of people do and can't. And it should be affordable, and it should be a part of our affordable housing strategy. This is how people build generational wealth, have something of value to pass on to their children, and give them a leg up in life so that, they have that opportunity. We're losing a lot of that with our high taxes. That's another issue, but I think when we're looking at affordability, making sure that we don't price people out of their homes that they currently own is another piece that this policy maybe can't address, but something that I think needs to be part of the conversation. Thank you so much for all of everyone's work on this and for the community prioritizing it.
Thank you.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Sherry. Okay, bring it back to the commission for comments. Again, we're giving direction to Leah and staff to continue to work on this, and so we don't have to make final votes here, but certainly give direction. And I think as we do that, I think to a certain extent, Leah's looking for three of us to, if we give something specific, do three of us support that, or at least something so they don't bring us back something that we vote. But again, some of this discussion is probably going to be broader based. We don't have to get to three on everything. But so anyone who wants to start, make some comments.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start.
Okay.
Just going through the policy guidance slide. So as far as broader focus, I think that it should be broad. So as far as the AMIs, we should be looking at anywhere from 30 to 120. I think the matter of it's not necessarily the eligibility piece. It's more that I want to see us focus on that missing middle type of housing, which we do not have here. That speaks to a lot of what several folks have talked about tonight, because just housing policies in this country have always been about single-family detached or multifamily, which is apartments, which is the only thing that, it's a long story, but ain't short. But anyway, I think the broad focus should be across all of the AMIs, but more specifically to strategies of building that missing middle type of housing. So those triplexes, duplexes, townhouses, walk-ups, condos, because when you do that, you hit the broader spectrum of individuals that need family housing, that can be rentals as well as a pathway to home ownership. Home ownership should not be relegated to a single family detached. Home ownership could be a condo, it could be a duplex, it could be a townhouse. And these are things that we don't have a lot of in our community that developers are not building, which private developers are not going to do it. We need to have these types of incentives in order to get, whether it's local developers or even some of those outside developers that are in other regions that do this work and do it great, who would love to do this work here with several of our partners. So that's for part one.
Yeah.
Okay.
As far as the period of affordability, I think we should be aggressive and say we want affordability for perpetuity. I think that should be the priority. That doesn't mean we can't prioritize other pieces, but that should be the main priority, especially if we're going to talk about other policy strategies, incentive strategies, when we start looking at, whether it's a RHID, it's IRBs, compounded with some low interest loan, revolving loan, whatnot. Because that is the tool that we can use, because state statute limits us in other aspects. So while we can't mandate, this is telling developers that if you want to do this work and you're really intentional about doing this work and helping us meet our strategic plan metrics, whether they stay or we readdress those, since it's time for us to do that, that we will then have a cadre of incentive packages that we can offer them for being a good partner for us in that. So definitely should prioritize perpetuity, but it doesn't mean we can't look at other aspects. I think what I was able to research, everyone always talks about 20 to 30 years as the sweet spot. That's just best practice. That's the bare minimum. That's scraping the floor. Where you really start to get into municipalities that offer those robust loans and incentives is when you're looking at 40 to 50 year. And then anything over 50 years is where you're getting into those deep subsidies, and that's where you start to make headway. So if we want to really continue to chip away at this in a way that is very intentional and that we're going to drive affordability and drive ownership, then we need to start looking at perpetuity. Okay, so low interest loans. As soon as Leah talked about this, go with it. I shared with her, and I do have a couple of resources of spending some time in Salt Lake City and what they've been able to do with their revolving loan program, to the point that Ms. Lowry stated about when you have that loan piece, then you start to reinvest money, and then you can start to gain interest, which means you're you're adding and you're accruing more money that could be utilized. So these are tools we haven't used. I don't know if it's timidity or just not having the drive or the willingness to do it, but there are CDFIs, there's not many, I don't think we have any now in the state of Kansas, but it doesn't mean there's not opportunities for us. CRA, we need to be very innovative in how we can start to look at our financial institutions in our community and say, if you really believe in this community and you believe in what our strategic plan is about and what we're trying to do for a place for everyone, then we need you to get on board and start being good partners in this. And that means being a CRA institution and being a resource for us in this piece. So I definitely would like to see us have staff bring something back to us of what that looks like, because it's a proven solution that works, and it has worked in several communities and municipalities across the country. So we have that. Fee waivers and land donations, I think that speaks to 7231. So I think the broader piece of this is that if we need staff to bring that back, that we take a look at that, I think we should just leave it under that and not necessarily get into the minutia of that piece. And then as far as consideration of additional incentives, I know some of the things out of the little book, and as well as some things that came to my mind. I know the city of Dallas has done some things around targeted zones, whether it's infill zone incentives or overlays, where we've had some very interesting infill projects come before us, and we've done a lot of arguing around it, but maybe we can get ahead of this if we identify areas within our community that would be great opportunities for infill development and create incentive packages around that. That's something that for us to continue could look into. We have one potential census tract that could be a great opportunity for us as far as opportunity zone. The governor gets to pick 58 out of 212 in the state. It would be great if we could make one of those 58 the one that I think that could be quite marketable for us. And the other one is that I know we kind of talked about it in design standards, but I think there was a city of Overland Park passed their pre-approved design, so that they have a certain housing designs that are pre-approved by planning that can go through, and so that kind of speeds up that permitting and design process. So just a couple of things there with that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to, since she touched on a lot of those items, I just wanted to reinforce the concept of perpetuity is great on paper. I think a lot of these projects are designed and built to maybe last 50 years. I think HUD might have restrictions on how long they'll place a loan on a property like this, but let's just say 50 years is a reasonable period of time to get out of an apartment complex or even a single-family home without a lot of reinvestment or improvements. Those structures are not going to probably be around for 100 years. So the question I have is, if we do have a rule or some requirement of perpetuity, what happens if these units age out and they're no longer suitable for habitation, and is that person now responsible for resupplying the market with those units again in the future, or are they off the hook? Because real estate and/or buildings have an expected useful life, and whether we want them to last 100 years or not, frankly, they just probably won't. And so we need to be realistic about that too. So I'm in favor of setting high goals for those properties, but I also want to make sure we don't overshoot our expectations on how long these buildings will actually last and be useful. And also, I think I'm also with Commissioner Sellers. I think if we can incentivize or create an opportunity zone or have an area that we've already targeted for certain incentives that might draw outside developers to our community who aren't familiar with Lawrence and who may be shy, may be a good opportunity for them to come in and see what it's like to build in our community. And then the 7231 requirements relative to funds and fee waivers relative to those revenue funds, I think I'd like to make sure we have as many tools as possible. So if we can touch on that, I would be also in favor of that. So that would be at least 2 people would be interested in seeing that move forward. And I think that's pretty much it as far as not touched on already.
Okay. Comments on this end?
It's so much. I'm just going to make some comments. I really do appreciate everything that you guys have said. More importantly, I'm very grateful for the public's comments. I'm appreciative. KPIs, a lot of what I'm thinking about is more operational, which would come after implementation. We haven't talked about, in case it's not obvious, I'm not a fan of building in the floodplain. So if there's anything involved in that regard, if we can avoid that, that'd be great. But by and large, let me just say thank you to the community. Thank you very much to the staff and the commission that has been working on this previous to me getting here. And I would be in favor of pretty much everything that you guys have talked about thus far, Commissioner Sellers, Commissioner Dever. Because we will have an opportunity to come back to this.
Oh, yeah.
And the only other point I want to make is I really am interested in involving the school board. If there's any way we can, in general, meet with them once a quarter, sounds easy, but it tends to be arduous with schedules, et cetera. If we could maybe approach meeting them, and maybe this could be one of the topics, they would certainly be affected by it. If it's nothing more than a work session, that would be great.
Are you just, so Commissioner Pullian, are you thinking like as far as just a better, because I think only certain aspects, I mean, I guess when you say speak more to the school board on this, is there something specific to that? Because I know not all pieces of this, is it more of like strategies around types of housing? Are you thinking about it as it relates to potential IRBs, NRAs, which do impact the school board because of that vote? Because not everything that could potentially be done would necessarily need to involve the school board. So I guess I want to be able to understand, because I don't want us to have a meeting, but what in specific, if there's anything specific, or at least guidelines, framework, outline of what that meeting would look like.
I would like to hear what their perspective is on housing as it affects their families and the children coming into the school. I think that would be some valuable information, and you're absolutely right. There is a lot that does not pertain to them or would affect them. I would really like their feedback on the plan that we have that would affect them. So an overarching discussion on it, really kind of more to involve them in the process. I've heard from many board members in the past 6 to 8 months that not many, a few, let me say that they would really value kind of being involved more, just not for any other reason than communication and understanding in general, not just with this, but with city affairs, anything that might affect them, any kind of tax incentives, et cetera. So maybe just an opportunity to hear what they have to say. And it doesn't have to be today, obviously, that we start orchestrating this, but I would like to see something. And they may not even be interested, and if that's the case, that makes it easy.
Yeah.
I feel like we've bitten off a little bit. I think we've given a lot for staff to think about thus far. I'm good.
I mean, to add to a couple things that were said, the idea of the zone and the overlay district to get developers interested, I'm definitely interested in hearing more about that, but also around homes that are below AMI 30%. When you talk about affordability, 60% of people can't afford a medical emergency, 40% don't have $500 in the name, and 20% don't have enough food. So when we talk about the budget going forward, and we talk about this, if we're going to make a dent in homelessness, if we're going to make a dent with transitional housing to pick people up off their feet, I think we need to focus on the AMI 30, what that looks like, and what we can do to move the needle so that the KPIs that we have show that people are less stressed about owning homes, about renting, and that the line for people experiencing homelessness continues to go down. And so I know this is a active thing that we'll be working on over time, but those are my initial thoughts at this moment.
Great. I'll make a few comments, but Shannon, I might ask you a question. Can you tell me what the waiting list now is for vouchers? I mean,
And the Housing Authority, we have a combined waiting list, so all public housing units and vouchers are on it, but the voucher list is about 460 people. And I will say that, as I said, 70% of our people are at or below 30% of AMI. A third of everybody we serve are disabled. And we have about 70% of our families are headed by single female head of household. So we really are serving that end of the spectrum. And you know, historically, we have our public housing because HUD gave us the money to do it. That program doesn't exist anymore. So all of those units are 60 years old, and we've kept them, right, well maintained, because quite frankly, we have to. And so every additional unit we bring on in perpetuity, and nobody pays more than 30% of their income to live with us. So that was my point earlier, is whatever this plan does, and I hope we do as much in the full spectrum, just keep an eye to this bottom part, because the pro formas don't work. We can't do it with rent. We have to do it with, you know, government funding.
yeah. And I think, thank you, Shannon. And, you know, I agree basically with that. I mean, I think this policy, as has been mentioned, we need to be able to, again, focus on perpetuity and focus on, you know, 30% of AMI, but we also need to be ready to, you know, be able to have large number of units come online that we can keep our voucher list from becoming too long and using those vouchers. You know, I think, you know, we got this affordable housing tax at the right time, and we focused and were able to get a large number of LIHTC projects in this community by having this at the right time, getting 2 or 3 a year for several years that other communities couldn't compete with. And I think that, you know, I feel good about that approach. I do think going forward, we know that the LIHTC projects will not be as readily available. And in that scenario, I think it makes me think of two things. One, it makes me think we need to focus on, you know, some of the things, as this policy really highlights, areas we've not made as big a dent in: home ownership, 30% AMI, perpetuity. I think that's a good thing to focus on. But I want this, I guess I want to be sure the policy puts us in a place where we can, if there's only going to be 2 LIHTC projects in the state, you know, do we have a shot at one of those? And we're probably not going to get one every year, or maybe not every other year, but having a policy that lets us, you know, do a tenants or homeowners project that's LIHTC based, you know, combined, and have that advantage. And so I do like that kind of dual approach. I do think we need to look at the process, and the idea of just having one allocation once a year with certain deadlines, I do not think puts us in the best position to jump on those opportunities. And I think that's true not only of LIHTC type projects, but I think it's true of tenants or homeowners projects or housing authority. Someone says, hey, I have a duplex I want to, you know, sell to the housing authority, or, you know, work with tenants to homeowners and sell it to them for something cheap, and they're looking around going, well, we don't have any money for that, and we can apply, you know, 7 months from now and then get money the year later. I mean, I think we need to have some flexibility in the process so that we can take advantage of the opportunities that will not, that present themselves. And so I think I do want to look at that process, and maybe this policy should not be that Section 8 about the procedure. I don't think this policy should be so prescriptive on what our procedure is. And I think we need to, as a policy, think about how we can be readily available on jumping on the right opportunities and having some flexibility there. So I'd like to see that. I'd like to see, looking at 7231 and looking at fee waivers. I think that is a possibility to expand what we can do, and with the limited dollars we have, and give us some possibilities on light tech, but also on other type projects. So I think we want to look at that. I do agree wholeheartedly with Commissioner Sellers on that we need home ownership projects that aren't just single-family detached, and that this policy should maybe even make that explicit, that, again, condos.
Diversity.
Duplexes, fourplexes that all encouraging home ownership projects that aren't just one or the other. Not to say we can't have single-family, projects, but I think we need to talk about that more generally. I would say I like I understand the 50 versus the 99 years. I think we need some flexibility there. And I guess that would lead me to, the one language that threw me off is this Part 2 eligibility, that it starts by saying no application requested for affordable housing shall be considered or approved unless it meets these eligibility requirements. And then we have 3 pages of eligibility requirements, but not every project applies to each of those. And then some of those aren't even requirements. They're things like, we would prefer that. And so I think that language needs to be modified to say these are the things we're looking at, but I don't like that language that says it will not be considered or approved. And maybe they're all 10 things or 5 things that we want in that sort of category, but the rest, I think there's a mismatch here that we need to change that language a little bit and have that flexibility to consider a good project, because again, one thing, again, I can make up all sorts of things, scenarios in which, and one of the questions was about the floodplain, but let's say there's a house in the Bulker neighborhood that backs up, to Brook Creek. Does that mean if that person wants to give the house to tenants to homeowners, but it has a floodplain in its backyard, we can't support that project because its backyard backs up to Brook Creek? I mean, it seems to me that that is too stringent to say no project that, has, again, its backyard has has some floodplain in it, that we can't do that. So, I mean, I understand the point of, trying to protect the floodplain, but we have a lot of, properties that have a small portion of their backyard in the floodplain, and I think some of those are ones we might want to consider. So, again, I think a little flexibility in how that we apply that is the other thing I would say. And finally, I would say, I mean, I do think we want to encourage, 3 bedrooms. I think if when I talk to school board members, of course, they're most interested in, units that bring kids. So they're interested in, 3-bedroom units. They're interested in, home ownership and of course, workforce housing. I mean, again, nothing against the school board. Many of them aren't as focused on where do college students live or where seniors live. That's not their 2 constituencies. But we, I think, have to look at all those. We have to look at where the seniors live. We have to look at where college students live in this town. And so I certainly want to work with the school board, but I do think we have to balance those a little bit. But generally, I mean, I think this is in the right direction. I very much appreciate the work on this. Like I said, I started looking at the one that hadn't been changed. And then when I looked at the one that did change, once I figured out that there was a second red line version, I was very happy to see the work, the clear work that's gone into this to make it better and to consider those balancing of those areas. So I mean, I know a lot of work has been in this. I think we have some work to go, but I think we're heading in the right direction, and I look forward to seeing a few more revisions, seeing this work through a little bit, and bringing back some of those other items.
Mayor, I may add that maybe for that eligibility section, that perhaps maybe because we're dealing with different things, whether it's RHID, IRB, NRA, that maybe that we create maybe like a matrix so that we can see where there's maybe potential eligibility overlays. Because I know there were some things as far as, the accessibility piece, the 3-bedroom, that those should be non-negotiables, but maybe for the additional aspects of that section, maybe a matrix to kind of lay those out. If we're thinking about that's for all projects, or if it's specific to different types of projects, whether it's IRB or so on and so forth. So, just a thought.
Other comments? Leah, we threw a lot at you. Anything you need more specific on at this point? I know there'll be a lot more work being done, more public comment and so forth, but.
Thank you, Mayor. Would you mind if I just clarified what I heard the commission speak to this evening? Okay, so I hear that the commission is generally interested in also having the policy incentivize smaller scale and home ownership opportunities in addition to the larger multifamily developments. That's correct. Does the commission think the policy strikes a good balance currently with requiring the most needed units? So when we talk about that 30% and below AMI, accessible and family units, does 20% seem like a good balance to move forward with?
Yeah, I think the way you amended that in the second go-round, I think that strikes the balance.
Okay. I may need additional clarity on the period of affordability for the second draft that we bring back. I've heard different commissioners say generally supportive of affordability and perpetuity and some hesitation. I'm wondering if I could perhaps get some additional clarity or guidance on that so we can bring a draft back that is closer to what the commission is interested in policy-wise.
Yeah, so my only point, I think, was I don't want to focus on the length or term of something being 100 years when the asset itself will be unlikely to sustain that period of time. So for us to get caught up in length of a term that will not be attainable, for me, seems unreasonable thing to focus on. I'd rather focus on things that we know will occur 50 years, more than likely, and if that's going to be something that'll stop a project from happening, I doubt, because most developers won't probably imagine the asset will last 100 years to begin with, and they'll probably come anyway. But I just want to make sure we aren't putting up a potential roadblock on a length of time that's not even possible. And so I just leave it at that.
So could it be more of, because the perpetuity comes in the land, not necessarily the asset.
Mm-hmm.
So to prioritize, the 99% is not to prioritize the actual unit. It's prioritizing that the land stays.
That's right.
Okay.
And that's what I want. And then the land could get rebuilt. Like just if you tear down the old one and build new affordable, that's what I would rather have than focus on the asset itself being maintained for 100 years versus let's get 50 years out of it, redo it, or rebuild with a new version of what is normal.
Okay. This time Randy turned his camera on, so he might have something to say.
Yeah, this is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. We have to be a little careful regarding tying up land in perpetuity, so that's why we typically set them up at 99 years. We don't want to keep something or tie it up. We might run into some problems regarding the legality of such a thing, so that's why we've set things at 99 years. But it could be something less than that, but we don't like to go beyond 99 years.
Randy, can you explain the rule against perpetuities? No, just kidding.
I can't.
Just kidding.
I have to go back a long way back to law school, but that has to do with wills and trusts, and so it's a little bit different. But at the same time, we can't really tie up land for a covenant or something like that in perpetuity. We have to set some type of limitation on it.
Yeah.
So we have done 99 years, as no one will hear will be alive in 99 years, but we could make it 50 years, we could make it whatever the commission says. We just can't make it in perpetuity. It just has to be some period of time, so it's not tied up indefinitely.
Yeah, so like land donations could be perpetuity, you know, whatever, or 99 years, but I just mean, I'd like to have flexibility in how we apply those terms, if possible, in a matrix even, depending on the thing it is.
I think, Leah, I think you're heading in the right direction, maybe just a little more flexibility, I think, on the units, you know, versus the land, and maybe some of the, you know, land donations for sure, you know, 99 years, but maybe some flexibility on the low end there. I think is what we're kind of looking for. I don't know.
Or just the ability to have that option to waive it from 99 to 50 or whatever we want to do, if that's possible.
Yeah. And again, I guess that's what maybe that's another way to put it. I think the policy, I think we support the policy of 99 type years, but we don't want to be so tied in that we miss out on a great project that we all think is a great project because it's 50 years, you know? And so giving us a little bit of flexibility there.
Exactly.
That's helpful. Thank you. And if I could just ask one additional clarifying question. I did not hear discussion on Commission's interest in exploring additional land use or expedited review processes.
Well, we didn't talk, I mean, a few people mentioned that. I would say, I think under the new development code, we've put a lot of things into place that, as far as density and density bonuses, and allowed a lot more density. And some of those were not yet even seen getting used yet, so I'm not sure. Personally, I want to dive into changing some of the code and, you know, the development density side of the code until we see how some of it works. However, the permitting side and the procedure side, I mean, I might be open to, and Commissioner Sellers mentioned the pre-approved design, you know, that Overland Park has done, and, you know, I could, you know, see where that could be a benefit with, you know, especially like the Housing Authority and tenants or homeowners, you know, coming up with a design they, you know, agree on, and, you know, we're going to build this one, and we're going to build it, you know, there's, you know, 4 designs, and these, you know, get pre-approved. I like that idea. So that kind of process, certainly I'm supportive of. And again, I'm not opposed to a density bonus or whatever, but I don't think that's where we need to spend our time at this stage, because we have a code that we're still working through.
I mean, Leah, for what it's worth, I didn't bring it up tonight, and I mean, we can talk about it more as we navigate more with the land development code. I mean, I am interested in us exploring how to expand those, you know, expand or lean into by right approvals. But I don't want to shock the system right now. Perhaps we can ease into that once we get another iteration of this. And I've softened some people up.
That's where I'm at, too. Okay, any other questions, Leah? Any other comments people want to make here before we close this and look forward to the continued work? Thank you, and I know the whole AHAB committee's been working hard on this, and then, you know, the folks who have been weighing in, appreciate that. So, okay, thank you. Okay, let's jump here towards the end of the agenda here. That brings us to commission items and reviewing the future agenda. I do have a commission item I want to talk a little bit about, which is the city manager search. And I have talked to SGR and moving ahead. Our consultant is going to be, his name is Doug Thomas. Clay, who is here on behalf of SGR, is not going to lead it. It's going to be Doug Thomas. Doug is a 35-year city manager in Maryland, Michigan, and Florida. Worked mostly in university communities. He's going to send me his resume, and I'll send it out to all of you, so you don't have to remember all this. But his last location was Lakeland, Florida, a town of about 125,000. He's been at SGR for 10 years doing recruitment, priority-based budgeting, best management practices, as well as, working with communities. He is currently leading the City of Waco's search. He's there right now, down to the 4 finalists in Waco. He's done a lot of work in Lubbock and a lot of other university towns. He's often assigned to university towns, given his background. The next steps and what we need to start thinking about is, the next step, as we've talked about, will be kind of the position profile process. And Doug will come here for, probably 3 days. He'll meet with all of us individually. He'll meet with senior staff and department heads, do a 360. And then he's going to meet with basically whoever we tell him to meet with or ask him to meet with. And so we all need to be thinking about who we want him to meet with, be it, whoever, members of the community, county, school board, chamber, KU, land, whoever that is. I'm going to be asking each of you to give me 3 or 4 people we think he should meet with. So be thinking about that. And then we need to be thinking about as what do we want. This is up to us, what we want the process to be. He said in some towns he hosts a town hall meeting. Well, he stands up and lets the town come in. Obviously, they can do a survey for us where we pay them extra to do a survey. But he said, towns like ours, we have a survey process. So he could also, for basically no extra charge, work with us to come up with questions, and we issue the survey and get the information back. And anything else someone thinks he should do to create that position profile and process. And, that would then, help him come up with a position description, a brochure, candidate attributes, ideal candidate, that sort of thing. And then we move on and, talk about ads and ad placements, launch the job search, and, we can talk about the later process. I guess what I want you guys to start thinking about, I'll send an email out to you with his information, and then you'll each be able to talk to him if you have something to say, like, I think you should do this. This is the information I want to be part of this process, and we'll get going. As he said to me, he's our consultant, and he's working for the 5 of us, and some of that might be in a big meeting, but some of that will just be one-on-one, and he'll work to try to get the information you need to make your best decision. But the one thing I will be asking for in the next week or 2 will be, who do you think he should meet with while he's here, so we can get those scheduled while he's here, and then find times for him to meet with each of us. Obviously, if those 3 days don't work, he can do Zoom meetings, he can, whatever, if they don't line up with everything. But anyway, that's the process. We're going to, again, get some more information. We'll email that out, but I want you guys to start thinking about that so we can get the project running.
As in a town as unopinionated as ours, is he going to be bored?
He said he's worked in a few university towns, and so he's ready for the conversation. So that's kind of the next steps there, and so look for that, and hopefully, in the next few weeks, we'll be scheduling those dates to get the process going. Okay, other commission items?
I'm going to come in, this is the 3rd meeting where I've been like, I really have things to say, but it's late, and after yesterday, I don't want to drag our staff any longer, but I do want staff to know that I will advocate for any support that you guys need in regards to yesterday.
Yes.
I'm going to make it real quick about anything that we bring forward, especially the affordable housing incentive plan. I'm a numbers person, so just an FYI, I like modeling. I like knowing what the effect of the community or of our budget, et cetera, debt load. So any policy moving forward right now, obviously we're real high level, but with the affordable housing, I'm really interested in seeing some modeling on how these incentives are going to work. And then I think actually for staff, I had requested an update on, we're doing a project on 27th over by McAllister's, and we had that road opened up less than a year ago. So I was just hoping I could get some updates. I've had a few calls from that. Other than that, thank you guys for everything that you do staff-wise, and that's it.
Excellent.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if we're going down the line, yeah, I mean, I would echo that for staff that, mental health is health. And if people have experienced trauma, it's very important to use the EAP here to be able to find people who can help with that. And it may not be something that pops up right away, but if that is something that comes up over time, or if you're having anxiety or panic attacks, please use the resources that we have to talk about that. Your mental health is as important as your physical health. So I would just want to add that. The only other thing here for the future stuff would be, I would like to know each month, at the end of the month, what the memberships look like at the rec centers, what that looks like, what the uptake is. That's something we do via email. It's something we could talk about here, but I would like to know those numbers going forward.
Absolutely. Agree with that. Other commission items of future agenda?
Just to add on to that, I had somebody telling me that they were concerned about how hard it was to use our website to apply for the permit. Just say it took them 20 or 30 minutes, so if we could streamline that process to collect the fees. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's something I was told it took a little longer anticipated to.
Just to buy one?
To buy a pass, yeah. I mean, just leave it at that, yeah.
Is it going
Find
through
a
Rec
pass.
Track? Is it
I don't
going
know,
through
where
Rec
they're
Track?
using it, it's through our regular Parks and Rec service.
Yeah, so it's Rec Track. Yes, it isn't the most user-friendly.
So, I don't know if that's a one-off or user error. I'm just pointing out that maybe it is not set up for multiple high-volume transactions, and perhaps that might be the problem, but just wanted to bring that up. That's something somebody brought up, so.
Okay, if nothing else, we have one item on the city manager's report.
Yeah, the only item is we rarely but occasionally have emergency repair. This was the case. We had a major break in pump station, had to fix it immediately. So we, by policy, make sure to report that publicly and make sure that you're aware of it. And that's what we did here.
Yeah, so just follow up on that, since that was in my neighborhood. There were a lot of people who communicated with me to say we could do better with communication of what that looked like. People, all of a sudden there was a, break in the road, there was a pipe over it, there was egress issues coming out of it, and I don't know exactly how we communicated to people, but there was definitely an understanding that this was broken. They didn't have an idea when the ETA was, what this would look like. Just passing that along going forward.
Okay, city manager's report is a public hearing item. Any member of the public like to make a comment on the city manager's report? Online?
No, Mayor.
Calendar items. Any comments on the calendar? There is the legislative breakfast on Friday for the chamber, and then end of the month is the chamber annual meeting. Any other? Craig, we have the hold on the city commission retreat on the 5th and 6th. We have an update on should we keep holding those dates, or do we?
We should.
That's what we have scheduled.
Okay.
I'll update the invites.
Yeah, so it's more than a hold at this point?
That's
right. Okay.
Well, I just heard from Nancy today, just confirming, because we wanted to make sure we had the location at BTBC as well. So we're just trying to coordinate locations.
Yeah.
We'll get it updated.
Yeah, and if it, I don't know if it's both the full days or if it's one half day, full day, whatever, just, update that and get that out, and we can get that on our calendar.
Yes. By the end of the week, I'll have that updated. Is that good?
Oh, that's fine.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.